So how you doing?
Instagram been tripping lately, man. I don't know what's going on. I'm chilling, B. I'm chilling. How you been?
Oh man, I just got in. Had to make sure everything was connected. Like my internet connection has been very
Right.
iffy. you know, like but
Yeah.
like when it like
That's been going
when you
around for
have
a
a
lot of people too.
my God, yo man, like I don't tried everything. Like I don't try like going and try to use different networks
Hmm.
that don't work. I don't
Yeah.
try to troubleshoot myself. So I
Hmm.
figured I just gotta wait for it to sort itself out.
Right.
But
It's all good, bro.
but to answer your question,
Hmm.
man, I'm doing very good, man. I just saw the Tigers sweep the Astros.
Bro, I just saw the highlights for that shit. I'm like, bro, the Astros got their ass beat. Like,
Bro,
I just saw like they just scored like a whole bunch of runs. I'm like, man, that is
yo,
crazy.
yeah, I was watching with co-workers at work, and it was no score at all. Like it took Parker Meadows, like up until I
Hmm.
think the sixth or seventh inning, it was still scoreless. Parker Meadows, the Tigers outfielder, he hit
Right.
a solo home run going down the right field line, and it
Yeah.
nicked the foul pole line.
Hmm.
And I was hoping, please let it be fair. Please let it be fair because offense was hard to come by. And
Facts.
then I, you know, AJ, Hinch, man, like
Hmm.
he got some balls on him, man, because he put Job, a rookie, with bases loaded,
Uh-huh.
and I was hoping, like, I know, I know he's going to give up a run, but please don't let it be a heartbreaker.
Right.
Like please don't give up a double, but he only gave up one. But the pinch hitting after, to get Andy Ibanez to pinch hit after Spencer Torkelson drew the walk,
Right.
and man, I think I think I was just hoping against hope. Like damn man, like I hope that we can at least tie it.
Hmm.
Hopefully, maybe send it to extra innings
Right.
because I was like on one hand, if we do lose, we still got one more. But
Facts.
our bullpen is in the shits right now,
Hmm.
and it just like it's pitching by committee. But when Ibanez broke it open, and it became 5-2, I was like, I just drew a sigh of relief.
Right. Now I don't know. Or maybe I forgot how the playoff scenario is for round one. So it's 2 out of 3.
Yeah,
Okay,
but
so
for the wild card round, it's the best of three.
okay, so if the Tigers had lost today, they would have to play in Detroit.
No, no, no. If we had all of the games were in Houston
Okay.
because Houston had uh, they hosted all of the games. So if we would have lost, we would have still played in Houston tomorrow.
I see.
That would have been winner takes all, for this round.
Right. Yeah,
So
and
now,
they go
uh-huh.
ahead. My bad.
So now we play the Cleveland Guardians
The
on
Guardians.
Saturday, and it's a best of five series.
Mm, that's gonna be good.
Man, like, do you real like? I didn't realize it because I haven't been following baseball,
Hmm.
very much. I just haven't had the time to, follow it. But
Right.
there's three teams from the American League Central that are in the playoffs right now. They're going to play in the American League divisional round.
Right.
That's the Tigers, the Royals, and the Cleveland.
The Guardians.
Like
Yeah.
that's a tough. The AL Central is a tough division,
Hmm.
and and it's similar to the NFC North in football.
Oh man.
like like it's it's uh I'm happy that our teams, the Lions and Tigers, they have became road tough because you know how hard it is, like
Right.
to be competitive in a division where you know where three teams can easily win, 10 games,
Mm-hmm.
or in VL Central,
Yeah.
each team has like 90 wins. So I'm proud of the Tigers, man, and I hope they go as far as they can.
And you had Minnesota had a good team this year too. You
Yeah,
know, I really
absolutely.
thought they was gonna make the postseason and they just missed it.
Yo, they were in the thick of it right up until the uh, second week of August.
Right.
But ironically, the Tigers won like 3 quarters of their games remaining in the schedule, and that's how they
Mm-hmm.
got in the playoffs.
Right.
They just got so hot that so many teams just started to fall by the wayside.
Facts. Yeah. And congratulations to the Tigers. I just seen a post where Justin Verlander, and this is what I don't understand. But they bought back Justin Verlander from the Mets, right?
Mm-hmm.
He has he won his World Series championships and all that, and he was pretty much for the most part of this season he was injured. You finally bring him back for the postseason, and you don't start him. That makes no damn sense.
Yeah,
You know what I'm saying?
like,
So I'm like, why would Houston bring him back to not play him in the postseason?
and if you look at their rotation, like I believe, uh, I believe it has something to, from what I understand, uh, the manager wanted to get, uh, a left-handed pitcher to face the Tigers lineup because he figured that would be to their competitive advantage. And for game two,
Right.
he's I don't know who the pitcher was for Houston, but he certainly uh, was mowing us down, was mowing the batting lineup down because he had like 99 pitches.
Mm-hmm.
So he certainly, the starting pitcher for this game certainly lived up to the billing. But I think it has something to do with, wanting to get a left-handed pitcher,
Right.
for this, lineup. And the thing is, like, we really don't have a lot of hitting power. Like, we don't, like, the most home runs any Tiger has batted is 25. We don't hit for power. We don't have
Right.
sluggers.
But you have people that can do a lot of different things, a lot of utility players, and I know Miggy must be kicking himself now, like damn, I retired
You
too
picked the
early.
wrong time to retire.
Yeah, he picked the wrong time to retire. They could have used his
Man,
bat.
and like he could have, and um, last year he played. I think like he would play like 3 games, 3 or 4 games,
Right.
and then he would sit out a game. Because he had when you play like 20 seasons, your body gets tired, and he had a lot of fatigue. So and plus you want to conserve that power, but it
Right.
just last season the Tigers weren't competitive. They didn't make the playoffs. So and it wasn't. And if you look at April, May, June, and July, we were pedestrian.
Yeah.
We were kind of like middle of the road. We really didn't have any signs of being a contender. But when we uh, traded Jack Flaherty, that was that was intended to get more uh, get more space off of the cap. Maybe
Right,
plan for next year. But man, AJ really did a masterful coaching. He really did a masterful managing job. And if you don't get manager of the year, then something is wrong.
right. I agree. I mean, the Guardians are gonna be tough, and they got home field advantage, right?
Yeah, well,
Yeah, they
we play like we have home games at Comerica Park for games 3 and 4,
right.
and then Cleveland gets game 5.
Yeah, they're gonna be tough. I remember when they played the Yankees this season, they give the Yankees a hard time. So I think that's gonna be a good series. I was watching a little piece of Baltimore and Kansas City, and I was really shocked because I thought the Orioles would have played better because they were basically you know dominant in the AL East this year, and they didn't have no answer for the Royals pitchers. And the
Yeah,
Royals, they played smart and they played small ball, and they got hitters on that team. Bobby Witt Jr. has probably been their best draft pick. I want to say since George Brett. It's been that long,
well,
and
and I was back in
he's done a
'85 when he was
phenomenal.
drafted.
Yeah, and they've had some other good plays along the way, but I think like he's turned that whole team. Remember last year they lost like 100 and something games to
Yeah,
come back this year to be in the postseason, and now they're moving on to they're actually gonna be playing the Yankees, and Bobby Witt Jr. He has if it wasn't for Aaron Judge, I think Bobby Witt would be MVP of the season in the AL.
man, what a difference a season makes. Because
Man,
to lose 100 games last season
hmm
and then to win 100 games this season, man, like that entire organization deserves kudos.
yeah, for sure.
And
They
and judging by your fitted cat, and I know who
Well,
you're rooting for.
I'm happy that we can have both Mets and Yankees in the postseason. I mean, because it's been a long time, at least for the Mets, you know. But to actually have both teams in the postseason is good. I mean, the Yankees. I want to see Aaron Judge win. I think he needs a ring.
Hmm.
Breaking home run records is good, but it's all about the hardware at the end of the day. And if he can have a great postseason and take the Yankees to the World Series and win it, I think he will solidify himself because it's been they haven't won a championship since 2009. That's when A-Rod was on the team. You know what I'm saying? So I think they got the team to win, but we say that every year about them, and they haven't gone back since 2009. You know what I mean? But the Mets, they're winning right now. They're beating the Brewers. I would love to see the Mets back in the World Series and actually win it again. They haven't won since '86. I was like 8 years old last time they won. You know what I'm saying? And
Yeah,
and, they, and they've been World Series since then, but they've lost. They lost in 2000 in the Subway Series to the Yankees, but they have more than the Yankees need another title. It's been too long for the Mets. And even when they were bad, their fan base has still showed up and showed out for them. You know what I'm saying? And they actually have a good team where they're playing the young players from their farm system, like Alvarez and Vientos, and you know what I'm saying? They have to build that team around the young players now. Like, I don't know what they're gonna do with Pete Alonso. I think he's good. I don't think he's good enough for the money that he's asking for because he's not like a game changer like how Aaron Judge is. Like Aaron Judge is a game changer for the Yankees, and Alonso is not that for the Mets. But I think if he did leave the Mets, there's gonna be another team that's gonna throw a shitload of money, at him. You know what I'm saying? But them playing the young players, that's a good look because their farm system wasn't good for years. And I think like they in a position now where they can actually build a contender around their young players, and then you still got Lindor, you know, and their pitching is decent. I still think it could be better, but I like what they're doing. They're gritty, and they've managed to end the season on a high note, and they didn't blow it like in the past where they might have had the lead in the NL and then they blew the lead to Philly or Atlanta. They actually held on to their wild card spot, and I think they're dangerous. If everybody can stay healthy, the Mets is going to be a team that people are going to be looking at like, yo, maybe we see the Dodgers and the Mets in to go to the World Series, but we'll see. But I like what they're doing right now. If they can knock off Milwaukee, because Milwaukee's a tough team, and to beat them in Milwaukee is big. So we'll see what happens. But it's just good to see both teams for once, in the playoffs.
And I was when you mentioned the last World Series that the Yankees won,
Mm-hmm.
that was, I believe, 1 year after Alex Rodriguez tested positive for steroids, and that was an entire media circus. And all season long,
Yeah.
he carried so much baggage,
Mm-hmm. Yep.
and that was I believe that was the last season that Derek Jeter played. But I think if the Yankees were to win the World Series this year, it would mean more. Now, tell me if I'm wrong or
Uh-huh.
if I'm off base, but I think it would mean more to Yankee fans than the '09 one, because Aaron Judge, he's in his prime,
Right.
he's ascending, and his talent is starting to match his potential. Like he has, like you mentioned, like
Mm-hmm.
he has the credentials. He has everything that a player of his caliber could ever get.
Right.
But to cap it off with a World Series title when he's what? I don't think he's even reached 30 yet.
Yeah. He's still. I want to see like 27.
Oh yeah, like he win.
Oh,
Um,
actually, he's 32. My bad. He's 32.
oh,
But I mean, he don't even look
but
his
but
age.
he but he's not on the back end of his career.
Right, right. It
That's
feels
my
like he's
point.
just in the prime, and all he needs is like the hardware to go along with it.
Yeah, like with in '09, it was for El Captain. We got to do it. It was kind of similar to Ray Lewis's last season.
Right.
You know, the final ride, and I'm looking at the Brewers Mets game right now.
Uh-huh.
To me, man, like I know it's the third inning, but I like if they keep at this pace, the Mets are going to advance
I
because
want
because
them
I'm,
to.
I'm looking at the Brewers, man. They chasing out of a strike zone. I could sense the impatience coming from the Brewers,
Hmm.
but
I mean,
man,
but they
like
don't. They don't. I feel like with the Brewers, I want to say maybe 2 or 3 years ago, when Christian Yelich was like that dude, that was their window to go to the World Series and win, and they haven't done that. So it's like what
yeah,
what they. I don't think they were the favorites this year anyway. It was, to me, it was all about the Dodgers and the Yankees. The Shotani, what Otani, what he's done has been crazy.
I mean
Like, to
50 home runs and 50 stolen
bro,
bases.
that
I
I was
mean,
watching the clips of that Marlins game where he hit like the milestone home run, and then he was stealing the bases. Like, everybody did was cheering for him. You know what I'm saying? Like he
yeah,
literally obliterated the Marlins by himself. You know what I'm saying? Like 3 home runs, 6 RBIs. They got like 2 or 3 stolen bases. It was crazy. It was like Michael Jordan on the baseball field. You know what I'm saying? So, and the fact that he's playing this year just batting alone. He's not pitching because he had the Tommy John surgery again. He's not going to be able to pitch till next year. To do what he's doing as a pitcher, like breaking home run records and stealing bases is crazy. Like to me, it's all about the Dodgers and Yankees. I mean, maybe we'll see Detroit have something to say about that, or the Guardians. But
But
for the
that's
whole
what
season, it's been Dodgers and Yankees I'm seeing. I know some people, the diehard fans, they want to see the Dodgers and Yankees like the old time, a rivalry. You know what I'm
but
saying?
that's
I wanted to see that even 2 or 3 years ago. I felt like the Yankees were that good years ago, and they kept going. They kept going up against Houston, and Houston had their number. And now this year, there's no Houston, so they
and,
good.
and that's what makes it so intriguing because you got the two historical franchises on opposite sides of the coast, and that would be a that would be TV viewing bonanza, like for
Mhm.
the networks, like the Dodgers versus the Yankees, Showtime versus Aaron Judge. I mean, that would you would have you know greater viewership than
Yeah.
the presidential debates.
Oh God, that's for sure.
But if the Tigers can help it, I hope it doesn't happen at least for another season.
Right. Yeah. I
But
mean, it's gonna be it's gonna be interesting to see because I mean, I think baseball is unpredictable now. You can't really tell. Like they got favorites, and then sometimes the favorites don't go all the way, and it's like the sleeper teams that we end up seeing in the World Series. So I don't know what's gonna happen. You know what I'm saying? I think for the Dodgers, if the Dodgers don't go all the way, it's a failure because they spent like 600 million on Otani, and
hmm
he is going to be the MVP for the National League this year. So he's lived up already to the money. But the fact that you paid that much money to get him, and if y'all don't go to the World Series and win, that to me is a failure. You know what I'm saying? And mind you, they won the World Series without him before. They won it with Mookie Betts, and now that you added an extra bat, might be the best hitter in the lineup. Over Mookie Betts. If y'all don't go all the way and win it, that's a failure to me. It's like championship or bust. When LeBron goes on a team, it's championships. He ain't just trying to make the playoffs or the playing game and that's it. He's thinking NBA Finals in June.
I think it's similar to it's like your point about if this year's LA Dodgers doesn't get to the World Series, it's a failure.
Mhm.
It's kind of similar to the 2016 Golden State Warriors when they won 73 games,
Mhm.
but they didn't win the NBA title.
Right.
So it's like a trivia question. Who's which team has uh, the single most wins in the season,
Mhm.
but they don't have the title to go with that accomplishment.
Right.
And for now for the Dodgers, it'll ring hollow. But I
Mhm.
think for Showtime, I think if they don't make it to the World Series, I
Mhm.
think this season will still be memorable for what he accomplished.
Right. Yes. But I
So
mean,
I
for the
so
for
I
the
so
for
I,
the
so
fans though, right? Like yes, like it's gonna be a memorable, probably his best year as a just a hitter and not no pitching. Probably his best year that we've seen, and he's still young, right?
mhm.
But if their fans are gonna be looking at it like, damn, y'all spent all this money on Otani, and we didn't get to the World Series and win it. You know what I'm saying? So it's like, why did y'all spend that money in the first place then? Like this, like there's you see the potential of what they could do. They're dangerous. Otani has been saving them in a lot of games, but it's if I'm a Dodger fan, I'm looking at it like, like y'all spent 600 million on this player, and he's not even pitching this year. and we don't even go to the World Series and win it all. Like some changes gotta be made. You know what I'm saying? Like you
Yeah,
know, maybe we need a new second baseman or something, or a new closer or something.
yeah. I mean, I think the Dodgers are they like top? I know they got to be top five in highest payrolls
Yeah,
in baseball.
for sure.
But if you look at Detroit, I just read that the Tigers have the fifth lowest payroll in baseball.
Mhm.
So if you compare and contrast the fifth lowest payroll, they don't have the Tigers do not have any hitter that's a slugger that hits for power.
Right,
Where the Dodgers have a $600 million payroll, and they don't spend all of this money. I think I don't know if, but you know what though, like you raise a good point because for
mhm.
one thing, Shatani, he's not going to have another season like this ever again. So if he doesn't reach the World Series at least, he's he's not going to get a lot of criticism. I think what will happen is that I think the general manager, the executives, they're going to have to make some changes. Maybe it might have to be with the manager
Right. I
because
mean,
because he said that the Dodgers
mhm.
won the World Series a few years ago, right, with Mookie.
Yeah, they won with Mookie.
So then you have to ask if the manager is the same. What did the manager do? What did the manager not do this season that he did when he won the World Series? Those questions will be asked.
I know. See, I had when I was playing fantasy baseball, I know Kershaw was injured for half of the season. He didn't come back to like August, September. So he's really he hasn't gotten his footing yet, and then they go straight to the postseason. So he's still not where he wants to be pitching wise. You know what I'm
Mm.
saying? That's one thing. Um,
But he's been snake bitten, you
they
know.
are they have like injury. Well, that's with every team, but I think
And I mean, with Kershaw
uh,
specifically, like, uh, correct me if I'm wrong, but he's had like several postseason performances where he's been riddled with hand injuries,
yeah.
where his grip was affected.
Mhm. Yeah, I mean he's had like a lot of injuries, but again, like he still came back to be a great pitcher. It's just he was out for most of the season. You know what I'm saying? And he's just
Hmm.
now coming back, and he hasn't gotten into his rhythm yet because they just by the time he came back, they're already like in the playoffs.
Yeah,
And
yeah.
then
The
you got
rotation would be
San Diego, huh?
the rotation would be messed up if you add him now.
But
You know,
he's a part of the rotation. I'm just saying like, but when he came back, it was like we wasn't able to get like enough starts under his belt because they were already like fighting. Well, not fighting because they won the West. So it's just that you had San Diego that's right there, and like I said, Otani to me bailed them out in a lot of the games because if it wasn't for him, I don't know if they would still be with the one seed. You know what I'm saying? So they needed Otani, and the fact that he like again like he did all that just by batting. No pitching this year. He wasn't allowed to pitch because he had the Tommy John surgery. It takes like a year to heal. So and he's this is like his second surgery, if I'm not mistaken, that he's had on his pitching elbow. So it might come a time when if they going into next season, they might be like, yo, if you want to have a long baseball career, he might have to stop pitching like altogether and just be a hitter and still kill it as a hitter. You know what I'm saying? That's what's crazy about it because
or
he's like a run in a lifetime. Like you had Babe Ruth was like a hitter and a pitcher, but it wasn't too many pitchers that was doing what Otani did. Like to pitch and to hit, he was killing it on both sides of the field, but he might have to like for him to play like 10 years, he might have to like give up pitching altogether. Or
Well,
at least maybe be a closer.
yeah, I was gonna bring up the idea that instead of starting, maybe he could pitch in relief, or be a closer for saves.
Right.
Because like when you put it in those terms, man, like if you want to have a career that's if you want to be in the majors 10 more years,
Mhm.
you can he can do way more damage as a hitter than as a pitcher,
Right.
because pitching requires so much what do you call it, man, like so much uh coordination, and
Yeah.
you constantly your motion in your arm and your hand is constantly being strained.
Facts.
Whereas with hitting, you can you can use your body in a way where you can take some of a strain off of your hitting
Right.
motion, by either batting on the left, batting on the right,
Mhm.
you know, there's ways that you can sustain a career hitting rather than pitching.
Right.
But like if you look at Otani and Aaron Judge,
Mhm.
does who has more expectations to reach for World Series?
I think it's both. That's what I'm saying because the Dodgers. See, this was expected for the Dodgers because they knew what they were getting with Otani. So
Mhm.
it's not. It didn't come as a surprise to people like yeah, they're going to be the team to beat out West. Yankees, same thing. Aaron Judge coming off the year that he had last year, breaking home run records. He had another great season. You know, and they actually the other players around him were healthy. Like Giancarlo Stanton was actually healthy this year. He hasn't been healthy since he was with the Marlins. You know what I'm
Mhm.
saying? And they were waiting for him to have a good season. Like because I feel like since he came to the Yankees, he wasn't the same Stanton that he played that he was when he was with the Marlins. But he actually stayed healthy pretty much for the year. He played good. You know, you had Alex Verdugo. He played good. The pitching was it was decent. Um, I still think they need to move a couple plays though. But Aaron Judge had a great season, and this is expected every year for the Yankees. For them it's World Series or bust. So we already know Yankees are gonna be there. Like I said, like the Mets is a different thing because they've been bad for so long under the Wilpons, and finally you had Steve Cohen taking over the team, and it was rough when he first took over the team. But even this season, like I don't think Mets fans felt like they were going to make the playoffs. There was always a hope because the season is so long. You had a lot of games, and they were playing like crap early on in the season, and
Mhm.
I want to say like maybe around this like the summertime is when they started to win games and they just got hot at the right time, especially Lindor. Lindor has been a great captain for them this year. You know what I'm saying? He's playing with one of his best seasons he's had as a Met, and I know he wants to win. And he's been loyal to the Mets even when they were losing. He's all he wanted to do was win. And he's been a great catalyst for them, and then bringing on the young players, Brett Batty they had, on and off during the season, and like I said, Alvarez has been great, and Mark Vientos and Brandon Nemo. So playing the young players is actually worked for them, whereas that wasn't a thing in the past. You know what I'm saying? Because they didn't have a good farm system, but the young kids are actually proving themselves, and they had the whole fiasco with the closer with Edwin Diaz, and I think he had took like a substance, some type of substance. He got caught with it, and they suspended him for like a couple weeks. And you know what I'm saying, and he came back. He's been good. I think the main thing that's been the question over for the whole season is, what are they going to do with Pete Alonso? Is he going to? They offered him a deal, he turned it down. Now, for me, like I said, like Alonso is good, but he's not a game changer. You know what I'm saying?
Mhm.
Like maybe if you put him on a team like the Rockies, he could do something. The Rockies are bad. You know what I'm saying? The Rockies will throw any type of money for him, but he's not a game changer on this team. He's not. He's
Is
not
it
a. Mhm.
like he's like a big fish in a small pond, whereas there he's like a small fish in a big pond?
I mean, he see in New York City, like he has to live up to like Aaron Judge. He's not Aaron Judge. Aaron Judge is a game
Hmm.
changer. With one single swing, Aaron Judge changes the game. Alonso's not like that.
Oh, I
You know
see.
what I'm saying? He's not that type of game changing player. Like Otani, same thing. He's a game changer. Alonso's not that. Now he's a good hitter, but he also strikes out a lot too. You know what I'm saying? And for me, it's like if the Mets offered you 200 million and you turn that down, that means you want more. You feel like you deserve more than 200 million. I don't think he's that type of player.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense because like your on base percentage has to be on par with Otani and Aaron Judge
Right,
at minimum. Like to kind of get that kind of money, you have to slug for power. You got to be on. You have to be on base
right,
at least 50% of the time, and be the difference maker when it comes to winning. Like like your bat has to be able to drive in runs, for the order.
right.
So
Now
if
I will
he,
say this though.
mm-hmm,
If they should get to the World Series and they win, then I
mm-hmm,
think he'll get the contract that he's looking for. But
mm,
if they should like get swept, let's say they beat Milwaukee tonight, they go to the next round, they get swept. I don't think he's getting that contract that he wants. You know what I'm saying? And the fact that him in the front office hasn't discussed another contract since they offered him the original one.
it says that they have questions about
Right.
him.
They're in a wait and see, and rightfully so. They're in a wait and see mode. Like what show us what you can do. If this is your contract year, we in the postseason, show us what you can do so that you convince us that you're worth 300 million or whatever. Whatever he's asking for. But I know the original contract was like maybe 140, I think it was. He turned it down. So and I mean and he's been good since he's been here. He's been good.
He
But
hasn't been great though.
like right, are you good and great is two different things. You're good, but can you win championships for us? You know what I'm saying? Can we build our young players around you? And
Hmm.
I think Lindor's had a better season than Alonso. You know what I'm saying? He's a better captain. You know what I'm saying? Like Alonso hasn't. He don't have that captain. Attributes to him. Like Lindor speaks out. He speaks to the media. He lets you know like yo, like he don't like losing. He wants to win. He said it this season. And
So,
and I
so
think
you're
I
talking about
think
leadership.
right. And I think when Lindor is hot, the team is hot as well. You know what I'm saying? And that's what we want to see. We want to see players here that they want to win, and they going out and they proving that they want to win. And I think that's going to be the deciding factor. If the Mets go to the World Series and they win, they'll give Alonso his contract that he wants. If they don't, then he's going to go somewhere else, and he'll probably get more money from a bad team like Colorado or you know who else is a bad team? Toronto. You know what I'm saying? So
Yeah.
Salute. Thanks for the follow. You know what I'm saying? And so that's the vibe of right now of what we're when it comes to baseball. When it comes to football, a whole different story.
But I think what the Mets also may be looking at
Mm,
is, like what's that saying? Um, like it's easy. When the sunshine, when there's clear skies, it's easy to be happy. It's
right.
easy, to bask in the glory. But I wonder, do they feel? Are they asking themselves like, can he weather the storm? Like being a leader means that when you're having a losing streak,
Mm,
or you see things in the clubhouse where players are kind of being lackadaisical, they're kind
mm,
of, you know, they're slacking in some areas. Is he going to be the voice to
no,
stabilize the team?
no,
And if not,
he's not done.
then you can't give him that contract, because like that kind of that kind of money should be given to resources that can shore up both deficiencies.
He's like the muscle. He's like the muscle in the lineup for us. But he's not the face of the team like Lindor is. You know what I'm
So
saying?
so in a way, he's like, he like I'm not like I'm not I'm going to bring this guy up.
Mm,
And if you are of a certain age, you know what I'm going with it. He's like B.A. Baracus, but you want him to be like Hannibal,
right.
like because BA, he was the muscle,
Hmm.
he was the brawn.
Yeah.
I'm not he definitely was smart,
Yeah.
but as far as being a strategist, you know, outwitting people, being cunning, and having certain people skills on top of that
Hmm.
is all kind of things that he may not be showing.
See,
And maybe he needs to
the
work on that.
the thing is, um, they have the money to sign who they want. Steve Cohen, when he took over the team, he said like, yo, he wants to be in the World Series every year. He has the money to sign who they want. They're looking at Juan Soto from the Yankees. Based on what the Yankees do, and he's a free agent. The Mets have the money. The Mets, the Yankees, the Dodgers have the most money. So they're looking at it like, yo, we're looking at Soto for next year, right? So they might be holding off. That might play into it also. Like they want to see if they could get Soto, and where do they stand at that point with Alonso? You know what I'm saying? Because
Yeah,
then you got Alonso in the lineup with Soto, with Lindor, with Alvarez. That's a dangerous lineup. I don't remember the last time the Mets had a lineup like that. You know what I'm saying? So I think that plays into it also. But if 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 they get Soto and Alonso walks, maybe they could have Jeff McNeil play first base or something. 'Cause I don't think McNeil is a great second baseman anyway. I think he's not agile enough. You know what I'm saying?
yeah,
And they might end up having somebody else play second base. But you know, um, I think Alonso was good, but for the money that he want, you got to be great. That means you got to step up in any situation on the road and beat teams like Milwaukee on their home field, or Dodgers or San Diego or Atlanta. Those are the teams we got to beat to get back to the World Series. We're gonna have to beat. Philly is good. Beat the teams that we're supposed to beat: Atlanta, Philly, the Dodgers, Milwaukee. You know what I'm saying? And if you could show them that like you're that guy, then he'll get his money because they got the money. It's just that I think Steve Cohen wants to see what can you do in the postseason for us, and if he doesn't step up, then he's not gonna get the money.
yeah. And,
You know what I'm
and that
saying?
and that's
Mhm.
more than fair,
Right, yeah, I think
especially when you
so.
turn down 140 million because you
Exactly,
bet on
I think
yourself
so.
to get more, in
Right.
free agency.
Now the flip side of that is he might get his money still, but it might be on a last place team like Colorado or Toronto. You know what I'm saying? So, and we've seen
And
that all
there
the
would be
time.
less and there would be less pressure on him playing
Right.
for a team like the Rockies or
Exactly.
you know uh, the Mariners or something
Right.
like that.
Exactly. Because they're not expected to win. You know what I'm saying? But when
And
you
that's a team that's in the mountains,
yeah,
and they're not going to garner a lot of media attention.
exactly.
And because the Mets are in New York, that's the
Hmm.
biggest metropolitan area of the country.
Right.
They will have more money than any other team, not that's not the Yankees or
Right.
the Dodgers.
So that's been like the great cloud over their season, you know. And on top of that, you got one of their players, Iglesias, that he's a Latin artist, and
Hmm.
he has a song that's on Apple's that on iTunes right now. That's like on the top of the charts. You know what I'm saying? So they
Wow.
did, huh?
So, is he a great singer?
I mean, I'm not a huge Latin
You
music.
mentioned he's a singer, so
Yeah, and he got the last name Iglesias. I'm wondering if he's related to Enrique
Julio
or
Iglesias.
I don't know. I didn't look it up. I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if he is, because you know that family has done Latin
I
music
mean,
forever.
their music royalty.
Yeah. Yep.
Julio Iglesias was a
Hmm.
music superstar. Then his son,
Hmm.
the
Yeah.
same thing.
Yep. You know.
But
So
it made me think of that Raekwon Bar from Criminology. Like,
dude.
because it's a sidebar.
Mhm.
When he said that, I heard of the name, but I didn't know how big Julio Iglesias was
Yeah.
until I started seeing his music,
Hmm.
performed in concerts. Like there was what's that? Not the box, but there was a channel uh for international concerts,
Hmm.
and this dude was selling out Wembley Arena and
Yeah.
selling out all of these
He was he
20,000
was he was
stadiums.
huge in the 80s and 90s, yo. Like I remember like being as a kid and watching my grandparents used to watch like a lot of his stuff, and he was huge back then. And then Enrique comes out in like the 2000s and he blows up, you know. And yeah, this dude has a song on iTunes right now, and that they're using his song as a catalyst for the team. And I think that's another reason why the team has been playing good down the stretch, because they all coming together at the right time. Everybody's enjoying each other's company. They hitting right, and you know, so all that is going on with this whole contract thing looming with Alonso, and you know the stupid shit that Edwin Diaz did earlier this season. But they're playing gritty, and I like it. I like the way that they playing, you know, and I hope the Mets go far. Like I think they more than the Yankees in this city need a championship. It's been
That
too
just,
long for
that just lets you know how much the culture of baseball has changed.
them. Hmm.
Because 20 years ago,
Yeah, you
if
couldn't
you
do
were,
that. You
yeah, are you
couldn't do that.
kidding me? Like, you had an active baseball player that has
That's an
a
artist.
song, yeah,
Hmm.
that's an artist,
Hmm.
and the team is using that song as a rallying cry,
Yep.
to win. They
Yep.
would say, "Nah, it's a distraction." He cares more about being in Hollywood or media
Hmm.
attention than winning. Man, like I'm glad that baseball is starting to loosen up and
Yeah.
not be as stiff.
Exactly. You know, they have to appeal to the younger crowd. You know what I'm saying? And even the whole thing with there's been like a weird cult following for Grimace from McDonald's. I don't know if you've seen it, but
Uh,
they had the Grimace character from McDonald's throw out a first pitch at one of the games. I think it was like back in June, and
mm.
since then they went on this winning streak. So ever since they've been on this winning streak, they're crediting that to Grimace. You know, like this is a real
Wow.
thing. This is a real thing. Okay,
No,
so
I ain't seen it.
yeah, so and like all like the rain out games, they had like the Grimace mascot like amping the crowd. they've had Grimace like front row seats for him. So this is like a thing. Like, and I'm surprised McDonald's hasn't come out and said anything or give them like a sponsorship. But they credit their season to Grimace, to this Grimace character from McDonald's throwing out the first pitch back in June, and they just went on a hot streak since then.
To me, the fact that McDonald's hasn't been in contact with the Mets, that's surprising because number one, McDonald's, corporations like McDonald's and Major League Baseball, they don't miss any opportunity to squeeze one more dollar than they can. If there's a way to make more money, they're gonna do it. But when you mention Grimace, like if that's what it takes, then I'm all for it, man. Because man, the McDonald's mascot, man, you can reach children, you can reach teenagers, young people, whoever. Like that's bringing more eyeballs in.
And they've done that. They've came out with like Grimace T-shirts for the games. I think New Era came out with like some purple Grimace Mets hats. So they've been promoting the shit out of Grimace since this whole thing over the summer. And I mean, I don't know what it is, but it's like it feels like it's a real thing. Like they just played totally different since this whole Grimace first pitch thing.
Yeah.
It's been crazy. They got to make like a little documentary about it at the end of the season or something. It's been crazy, but I think before then they were losing. After Grimace throws the first pitch, they started winning. So maybe it's something there. Maybe it was Grimace got some type of magical powers, and I mean if that's the case, I hope they make it to the World Series.
Yo, I mean, could you imagine? Like, I'm just hearing about this now, man, and there's so many ideas that they could implement. Like, for every like say RBI driven in, you get people in attendance get a small fry, or for every home run, you get a free quarter pounder or whatever.
Right.
But I think that's a synergy that doesn't come along very often. Right. So that's why I think something like a sponsorship, as you mentioned, should be considered.
Yeah, I think so.
Because like number one, the confluence of these things happening, it is so odd but yet intriguing. So man, you can have like a documentary made about it.
I mean, I've seen
or you can have like video shorts made and you can just put it on the IG page.
Yeah, I've seen like I said, like New Era made like when they had like the city uniforms, like they made like special Grimace hats. I've seen hat pin creators make the Grimace pins, and it's been a thing since the summer, and they've played differently since then. So like I said, there's definitely something to it, and it just seemed like when they were down and out, here comes this synergy of Grimace, a character from McDonald's. Like I remember having a Grimace mug when I was like a little boy from McDonald's. You know what I'm saying? And the fact that the McDonald's character could uplift the team, a baseball team at that during the season, is just crazy. So that's why I say they got to make like a little documentary or something, or a commercial within McDonald's or something.
I mean, like, and also when I think of Grimace, man, I think of that red hair with the overalls,
and
the big clown shoes.
Yeah. Well, he ain't been seen. This is all about Grimace. We're not talking about the Hamburglar or Ronald McDonald. This is just Grimace, and Grimace has brought them luck this year, and it's been crazy. So I mean, we're gonna see how much luck carries over into the postseason.
It from a New Yorker point of view, like how do you explain the two baseball teams in New York being in the playoffs, but the two teams that are not from New York but play in New Jersey they can't even throw a touchdown.
The Giants, they got to get rid of Daniel. I've been saying this forever. They got to get rid of Daniel Jones. He is not the quarterback for them. He had one good season, and I really feel like that one good season was because of Saquon. Because Saquon was our offense. We didn't have nobody else. There was nobody to pass it to. They had no type of offense. It was only give the ball to Saquon, let him run it, and he did that. And that's why Daniel had that one good season where we went to the wild card, we beat Minnesota and all that. But you see, we have no Saquon now. It is a two-man offense with Devin Singletary and we got Malik Neighbors. Malik Neighbors is a rookie receiver, and already he has this much pressure on him to be better than OBJ, which I don't think is gonna be better than OBJ. You know what I'm saying? I think when OBJ is healthy, he is great. He hasn't been healthy. I know he's I think he came back to practice just this week with Miami now. He's with Miami now, and they don't got a quarterback, so he dealing with his own issues out in Miami. But Malik Neighbors is good. I don't think he's going to be OBJ though. But that's too much. That's too much of a burden to ask a rookie receiver. You got to be our offense because we have nobody else. We don't have a tight end. The tight end retired. His marriage broke up. You know what I'm saying? We have no tight end. If Devin Singletary gets injured, who's our backup running back? I don't even know the backup running back on this team. You know what I'm saying? We had what's his name? Matt what's the dude's name? I forgot the dude they had last year. I forgot his last name. Right? That's the dude that came from the Niners. And he was on different teams, he got injured a lot. But the receiving core is still crap. Wendell Robinson, it's like these other dudes disappeared on the game. Wendell Robinson, he got to step up. Slayton, he needs to step up. You know what I'm saying? The other dude, Hyatt, he needs to step up. Like, where's all these dudes at? It's all every clip I see is Malik Neighbors, and I know we got a whole bunch of other receivers. Why are they not stepping up? They're getting paid millions of dollars to disappear during the game. You know what I'm saying?
So really, Daniel Jones is the same quality of player as Devin Singletary, Neighbor.
He's not. It's like it's a combination of Daniel and the offensive line. You know what I'm saying? And they're not ready yet. It's like even if they should win now, all I could see them being is a wild card again. They're not ready to win the NFC East. You know what I'm saying? Even with Philly having all these issues with the coach and Jalen Hurts, they still a better team than the Giants.
But see, I don't think the Giants would even make it to the wild card because the NFC North, like you got three teams that looks like they're going to win 10 games.
Right.
I don't know if the Giants can even win 6 games.
I got them winning 3 games. I don't think they're gonna win 6. I got them winning 3, but you never know. I mean, because they went into Cleveland and beat Cleveland. So what does that say about Cleveland? That y'all let the Giants beat you on the home field.
It shows that Cleveland is a mess. That the ownership overpaid Deshaun Watson, gave him all of those guarantees, tax-free, even with all of these sexual misconduct lawsuits, that is swirling around him. I think the NFC East is interesting because is the Cowboys?
They're not going. They always
are the Cowboys. Who's leading the NFC?
The Redskins. East? Redskins are 3-1. The Redskins are in first place.
I thought it was the Cowboys.
No, I think Cowboys are 2-2, maybe. Redskins are 3-1.
Yo, oh my god!
The Redskins are 3-1. I keep calling them the Redskins. The Commanders are 3-1.
I'll be damned. Like I thought the Commanders was like third, but man, now that's interesting because man, I don't know what the Commander schedule is, but if it's favorable, man, they just might pull away from the division
I mean,
because the Cowboys division, like the Cowboys schedule, they play the Steelers on Sunday. Then the Cowboys, we play the Lions play the Cowboys in week 6, I believe.
Commanders got the Browns on Sunday. They could beat the
Shit.
Browns. They'll be 4-1.
See, there you go. And who they play after?
They got the Ravens. Ravens are gonna be tough. They got the Ravens. That's like a hometown game. Ravens and Commanders fans. They got the Panthers. They could win that. They got the Bears. I don't know. I think the jury's still out on the Bears right now. They got the Giants. They could definitely beat the Giants November 3rd. They got the Steelers, the Eagles, the Cowboys, the Titans. They could win all of these games.
Yo, especially like the first 3 out of 4, especially they could beat the Bears. They can beat
the Giants,
the Giants,
the Eagles. Who knows what the Eagles are going to be like by that time?
Yeah, that's another thing.
You know what I'm saying?
I did not see the Eagles looking this bad.
It's something going on with the coach. I think the coach gonna get fired. I think if they want to salvage their season, they got to fire Sirianni. He got to go.
But I don't understand. Like, what is it? Like what is it about Sirianni that the team find bad?
I think it's more like there's been rumors about him and Jalen Hurts not seeing eye to eye with the play calling. I don't know if I'm pretty sure there's some other things going on in the locker room that they're not talking about. But you gotta get on the same page as your quarterback. That's number one. And if you're not on the same page where your quarterback is doubting your decision making, that's going to be an issue for the whole team. You know what I'm saying? And I think that's what it is. I also think part of it is them losing in the Super Bowl, and they haven't been the same since losing to the Chiefs. And especially last season. Last season it showed a lot. But they're coming into a new season, and we're still seeing the same issues. And they got Saquon Barkley. Saquon Barkley has been a blessing to them. He's been playing better with the Eagles than he did with the Giants. But I think if they lose again, they're gonna fire the coach. I don't see them going into Thanksgiving weekend with Sirianni. I think Sirianni gonna get fired before then.
Damn.
You know what I'm saying? If they continue to lose, especially if they lose out all of October, he's gonna get fired.
I mean, but the thing is, like, I don't know what would be gained from firing Sirianni, before the end of this month.
You know why? Because you know why? Because they got a head coach that won 6 rings with Tom Brady. That's what they really want. They want Belichick. They want Belichick. I think Belichick was at one of the Philly games, if I'm not mistaken. They want Belichick.
So there's like a play behind the scenes.
Yeah, they're hoping low key that Sirianni fuck his own self up so they could fire him, so that they could hire Bill Belichick. They want Belichick there because with Belichick it'd be a whole different team.
I mean, shit. The NFC East is it's the division that's. Just looking at the division where it is now, like 3-1, it's still early enough where if they bring in Bill Belichick, they can they have a chance to at least make up some ground.
Yeah.
And you got Saquon Barkley. I'm sure Bill has like 1,000 ways, to
use them.
To use them and increase the tempo of the offense.
Well, I mean,
go ahead. So now that Sirianni was a lame duck, now that puts pressure on Jalen Hurts,
right?
Because now you got to deliver.
Exactly. and I think he will. I think he's a great quarterback. I just feel like him and the Sirianni is just not seeing eye to eye, and it's affecting the whole team. And they don't want to talk about it. They want to keep it private, between themselves. but the fans know, the media knows already. You know what I'm saying? And
Yeah.
even now, like even if they lost a couple games now, it's the NFC East. The NFC East is bad. Nobody's expecting the Giants are not. I don't feel like the Giants are doing anything. You know, the Cowboys are always picked. They don't do shit. And the Redskins has been the biggest surprise maybe in the whole entire league this year. Like we have a rookie quarterback that's doing what he's doing with the Commanders. You know what I'm
And
saying?
Washington is pretty much playing with house money.
Yeah. And they were quiet for the whole, through going through camp and preseason. They didn't hear nothing about them. This is why. Because they all I kept hearing was like, oh, the front office, they're elated with Jaden Daniels, they love him, and he can play his ass off. You know what I'm saying? So
Mm-hmm.
I looking at their schedule the next upcoming weeks, they got an easy schedule. Except for I think the Ravens could beat them. You know, but other than the Ravens, I don't know. The Steelers, depending on who they got a quarterback at that time, who knows? But I think those other teams, the Titans, they could be the Titans. Titans are garbage.
Hell yeah.
You know, the Giants they could beat. They beat the Giants already. You know, you know what I'm saying? I don't know, man. I feel like Washington is gonna be the team to beat in the NFC East. But I still
And
feel like Philly can save their season. It's still early. You know,
I,
I don't feel like Sirianni gonna be there if they continue to lose. I think they're gonna cut him very soon.
I also think the NFC East is a division where it's possible where having a below 500 record can win the
Hmm.
division.
Exactly, and that's happened before. You to me right now, the team to beat in the NFC is the Lions. I think the Lions got a great team. The Niners have a great team. You know,
Mhm.
Seattle. I don't know about Seattle. I think Seattle might be a wild card. I don't expect Seattle to do anything big. You know,
Yeah,
Minnesota is a surprise. Them too with Sam Darnold is what 4-0. Come on. If you had told me that in the beginning of the season, I would have thought you was playing.
man, and like Brian Flores, defensive coordinator, he has transformed that defense into, you know, definitely contenders for to make it out of the NFC. Because
Yeah.
I did not anticipate the Vikings either to be this good.
Hell no.
I thought it would be between the Lions and the Packers
Right.
because I would, man, just thinking about, Jordan Love playing against us on Thanksgiving,
Mm,
like he was matching score with score.
yeah.
Like there was no throw, there was no situation where he felt he was at a disadvantage. He wasn't pressing. I mean, he played as good as he could.
Right.
And because of the injury, the Packers, they lost to the Vikings, but
Mm,
I believe if Jordan Love was, fully healthy, I believe they would have beaten the Vikings. But it just shows you just how competitive the NFC North is. And
yeah.
and I'm glad you mentioned the Lions because man, Ben Johnson, his mind is so inventive.
Mm,
Like to show, so many exotic plays. Like the play where he had Amon Rob Brown, uh, uh, you know, handoff with David Montgomery to
yeah.
throw to Jared Goff,
That was crazy.
in the end zone. Man, that play was ran to perfection
Yeah.
because the defender that was chasing after Jared Goff didn't even turn his head. Because if he would have looked up 1 second in spite of a ball, he could have easily, you know, uh, swatted it away.
Yeah. And by the time Golf had catched it, he was already in the end zone. And dude's looking at him like, oh, he catching this shit.
Exactly.
You know?
And you also got to mention the running back tandem of David Montgomery and
Mm,
Jameer Gibbs, man.
yeah.
It's like David Montgomery is like the older brother that's that can he can. You remember that play when he bounced off of one uh, tackle
Yeah.
and then he ran across the field for
Hmm.
40 yards. Like he's the guy that's going to take all of the pounding, take all of the uh, contact, and make you pay for it. Jameer
Right.
Gibbs runs up the middle. He found a crease.
Hmm.
He's much more slender, um, much more finesse,
Yeah.
but just as deadly.
I agree.
And
I,
I
I, I
can't.
think that is the team. Like they no longer hiding now. They've come out. People know like yo, the Lions are dangerous now. They're not playing.
And on top of that, I can't wait until they play the Cowboys.
Mm,
Man, I like, and I'll be honest, like I
mm,
know that our back end can greatly improve with Terrion Arnold as a rookie cornerback. He has to get better at playing the ball and not the player.
right.
But with that said, man, the Cowboys offense is pretty much one dimensional. They like
Yes.
I can't wait to play them because not only that, I'm still harboring a grudge for them screwing us over on that. You remember when we played the Cowboys in Dallas
Mm-hmm. Yep.
and we was robbed out of a touchdown
Oh yeah.
because Taylor Decker didn't report himself eligible to be a receiver, and Taylor Decker he's a offensive lineman, and even though he reported to the referee that he was going to be an eligible receiver, the
Crazy.
referee played us and said he didn't report.
Mm-hmm.
So we lost that game, and that cost us a chance to get the number one seed. I want my get back, and I want the Lions to pour it on the Cowboys.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. I think with the Cowboys, like they spent so much time talking about Dak contract and CD Lamb not getting paid. They finally got paid and look how they playing. They playing like shit now because they got their contract. You know what I'm saying? They're not hungry no more. And they forgot, like, oh, we still got to play the season, and they got their ass beat by the Saints on their
Mm-hmm.
home field. You know what I'm saying? And then they got to play the Lions are going to beat them. Like I don't see the Cowboys how people always pick the Cowboys every year. They don't do shit. They haven't won since the 90s.
And Jerry Jones, he allowed this to drag out.
Yeah.
I
Mm-hmm.
mean, if you're gonna drag it out, then wait till the end of the season to make a decision by
Right.
paying Dak and by paying CD Lamb. You left them with no urgent incentive
Exactly.
to play for a new contract. To earn that money.
Crazy, man. Crazy. You know what I mean? And it's like, what happens if they have another losing season? Then what? Who you call for that?
And I don't think the coach is going to get fired because in a way I think Jerry likes having the coach take the bullets for him
Yeah.
to a certain degree. Like as long as Jerry is cutting the check and
Mm-hmm.
signing dotting the I's and crossing the T's, Jerry can always say, "Well, I've done my part." You
Right.
know, what's the coach for the Cowboys? Man, his name escapes me.
And he has become bigger than his own team. This is the problem. When your owner is always he have his own podcast, he's doing interviews. His personality has become bigger than the team. And you know how owners are not supposed. You're not supposed to hear from your owner. They
Yeah,
they they play the back. You don't see them. You don't hear from them. He wants to be the star of his own team. He has become bigger than his own team, and that has been the issue for the longest.
the only time you should ever hear from the owner is at the championship parade.
Yeah.
Thanking the fans, showing your face, at a ceremony that calls for it. You know,
Exactly.
but Jerry, he's very sly
Mm-hmm.
because I'm not going to name his name, but there's a certain personality on ESPN that fawns over Jerry Jones, even though he swears he hates the Cowboys.
Right.
And
Oh, Stephen A. Yeah.
yeah, man, like to me, like I just think it's gross that here you have a white man in Jerry Jones who he didn't necessarily deny that it was him in that old ass picture
Mm-hmm.
when he was in Arkansas
I remember seeing that. Yeah.
at that uh it was at some school that was protesting
Mm-hmm.
desegregation,
Yeah.
and he said he gave some BS excuse, and and Stephen A. Smith didn't even bat an eye. He just accepted Jerry Jones' word at face value.
Right.
Now, we've seen many times when a player is when he misbehaves or he says or does something that is controversial, he will have 1,000 follow-up questions. He will
Mm-hmm.
press, the guest. He will want answers.
Mm-hmm.
So I just find it disgusting that certain standards are applied to black players and certain black um, executives, but we draw the line with Dana White. We draw the line with
Mm-hmm.
Jerry Jones. He's a
Right.
good man. Like he's stand up guy. He's done so much for the black community. Like like I don't know, man. Like I'm rambling, but
No,
I had
no,
to get that off of my chest.
no. I agree because remember he did the same thing to Emmitt Smith when Emmitt Smith was a free agent. He dragged it out, and eventually he signed him. I think Emmitt Smith held out like during the season. He ended up signing him. He did the same. He did the same thing with Dak. Like
Mhm.
the morning of week one is when he got that deal done. The morning of week one is when they signed Dak to that new contract. That should never happen.
Yeah, because number one, that all of that should be done during the off season
Mm-hmm.
because there's plenty of time, for all of those things to be settled away from the limelight, away from the cameras.
Right.
Because all it does is just create to a certain even amount in the locker room, it creates a certain amount of distrust
Yeah.
between the other players and Dak. Dak, is the company guy. Once you start being seen as being in Jerry's favor, or you can do no wrong in the eyes of Jerry, number one, it underlines your coach.
Yeah.
It undermines your coach and it undermines your camaraderie with your teammates.
Right.
Because if your teammate is in the pitch and they go to you for leadership, and that teammate asks you to vouch for them,
Mm-hmm.
are you really going to vouch for them? And if you do, broach the subject to Jerry, you're just going to soft shoe.
And that was mhm.
Even at work, I've seen grown men who swear that nobody tells me what to do. You know, I'm a the man was mine.
Mhm.
Yada yada yada. As soon as that white man is in front of their face, they are so subservient.
Mhm.
They say yes, sir. Uh, what else can I do for you, sir? Like
Right.
all of that man stuff just goes out the window, and it's the same thing in the NFL.
Yeah. That's crazy. And that happened. All that happened the same day. That was the same day that Tariq Hill got stopped by the cops when he was on his way into the stadium in Miami. So that it kind of got overshadowed by that. But yeah, that was like they waited till the morning of week 1 to sign your quarterback. Who else was you gonna get? If you don't sign Dak, who's gonna get? You know what I'm saying? They would have to tank the season and hope that they got the number 1 pick to get Shador Sanders.
And Jerry Jones, what he did was so backwards because by waiting that long, you wound up paying Dak way more than you had to.
Exactly.
Had you paid him back in what in the spring,
yeah,
you could have saved yourself tens of millions.
Mm-hmm. Facts. You know, so now you're stuck with him, and the team playing like shit. You know,
And
their running game is bad. Like at least the Giants got a running back. Their running back, they re-signed Ezekiel Elliott. He's already past his prime now.
Mm-hmm.
You signed him for what? What for? I understand if you sign him on a 1-day contract and then you retire his number. You signed this dude that's past his prime to do what? What he didn't do shit with New England. He had maybe about 3 touchdowns the most. So they have no running game basically with a washed up running back. You got CeeDee Lamb who got his money. Again, is CeeDee Lamb their main offense? Who's their tight end?
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying? So it's like, and
they haven't had a tight end since Jason Witten.
Exactly. Every year we go through this. Oh, the Cowboys are gonna win. The Cowboys ain't winning shit. And it's time that they if last year didn't show their fans that they wasn't winning shit, then I don't know what will. Now, the fact that they got the ass beat on a home field against Green Bay, that was an ass kicking of the ages. You know what I mean? So
yeah.
I don't think they're gonna do anything. I don't think the Cowboys are a threat. I think the Commanders are gonna hold on to the NFC East. I don't know. I still feel like the Philly will come in and with or without Sirianni, I think they got to get they act together, because if they let the Commanders win that division this year, what does that say about the NFC East? It's totally trash.
And Jerry Jones, he's going to have to answer, how in the world do you let a rookie quarterback lead his team to the NFC East when your quarterback will probably be second or third in the division and not make the playoffs? Exactly. I want to see him answer that question.
Exactly. That's even worse than last year. That's even worse than last year. So now, what kind of changes do you make for next year?
Oh, and that's going to be the $1 million question, because as you mentioned, I saw that. And that was the first. That was the first round last year in the playoffs when the Packers spanked the Cowboys.
Yep.
So you get blown out last year in the first when you had home field advantage, and you don't make the playoffs, and you let Jaden Daniels, a rookie, take the NFC East from you.
Yeah.
Oh, I want to hear. I don't want to hear from Dak. I don't want to hear from CeeDee Lamb. I don't want to hear from Michael Irvin. I want to hear from Jerry.
They just shut down your Twitter account. Last year when they lost, their families and everybody was beefing on Twitter. yeah, Dak's family beefing with CeeDee Lamb's family. Just shut up. Y'all haven't won since the 90s. You're probably not gonna win ever again. You're losing right now in the division to a rookie quarterback for the Commanders. 3-1, the Commanders. First place right now. They have the best record in the NFC East.
And you always said to me that the team that was number 1 in the NFC East the previous year never repeat.
They never repeated. This been going on for years. The Giants never repeated after they won their Super Bowl. The Eagles, the Cowboys, back then they were the Redskins. None of those teams have repeated. It's always been a different team in the NFC East to take that division, and it looked like it's going to be like that again this year.
And what's really shaking up is you start to see the Commanders have more stability. Like a couple years ago, They're like a New York Times piece that outlined all of the dysfunction in the front office.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Whatever they did in the last couple of years, they've done a great job at
Yeah.
cleaning that up
Mm-hmm.
and just getting truly dynamic and focused football people making right decisions, from drafting to scouting to creating an environment that will help, Jalen Daniels.
Yeah.
Like that's very key because just look. All you gotta do is look no further than Bryce Young,
Right.
man.
Exactly.
It's like compare and contrast.
It's crazy, man. And they benched him to play Andy Dalton.
And and now and now we're going to roll with Andy Dalton for the foreseeable future.
Crazy.
So what does that do to the confidence of Bryce Young?
I
Is it,
think it's I don't see this is the problem when they draft these young QBs and immediately they want to start them. Maybe some of these QBs need to sit for like a year or two and learn the playbook and learn the system. Aaron Rodgers didn't start immediately when he got drafted. He had to learn under Brett Favre. And then by the
mm-hmm.
time Favre left and went to Minnesota and then went to the Jets, Aaron Rodgers was ready.
Same
You
thing
know what
with
I'm saying?
Jordan Love.
Same thing with Jordan Love, right? He had to learn from Aaron Rodgers. Now you see what he's doing with the Packers. And I think that's what it is. Like a lot of and by the time these young quarterbacks are coming into an already bad system as it is, so it's not like everybody can't be what's his name, CJ,
Stroud,
yeah, from the Texans. Like
Houston.
that was a different situation. You know what I'm saying? I think Texans already had like the pieces in place for him. After Deshaun Stevenson left, but that's not going to happen for everybody. So the Panthers was already bad, and you draft Bryce Young, and he coming into a bad situation as it is. You know what I'm saying?
Agreed.
So for him, he should have sat like 2 3 seasons. Like you play Andy Dalton, let him learn from Andy. Andy Dalton's already a veteran. You know what I'm saying? He
Mm-hmm.
played with the Bengals and took them to the playoffs, years ago. And that's what he should have been doing instead of immediately, we're going to start Bryce Young because the owners are thinking, ticket sales and ratings. Oh, the people want to see the fresh new shiny quarterback that we drafted. They're not thinking about winning. They're thinking about the ticket sales. And we see
Mm-hmm.
this happen in every sport. Basketball do the same thing. They start players they're not ready to start. Kobe Bryant didn't start immediately when he got drafted by the Lakers. He actually got drafted by the Hornets and didn't want to play for them. And then the Hornets traded him to the Lakers. And he couldn't start because Eddie Jones was already started. And he was already a great player. So they had to trade Eddie Jones so that Kobe could start. And I don't think Kobe started until like 99, 2000, because he was
Yeah.
like he was like the first ever NBA player to get to be in the All-Star game coming off the bench. That's never
And
happened before.
and his shooting percentage was like in the low 30s.
Right.
Like it wasn't good at all. Like he had a lot of games where he
Yeah.
was struggling, just to create separation for himself, just
Exactly.
to make a shot because
Exactly.
defenses they were already looking, to press him,
Right.
closely to that move that
Yeah.
Kobe always had when he would, take the ball and lift his shoulders up,
Right.
to square himself up.
Mm-hmm.
They wouldn't even let him get to the point where he would even lift his elbows to make
Exactly.
that move.
So he had to. It took him a couple years to start to when he became the great Kobe Bean Bryant that we know now. But I think that's what it is. It's like they're rushing these QBs into starting, and you see what's happening with Bryce Young.
And I think it's unfair that uh, that Bryce Young is already being talked about. He's already being spoken of as, is he one of the biggest busts in
Right.
NFL history? No, no, no,
It
no,
is.
no.
It's unfair.
Because you want to talk about busts who were quarterbacks that was drafted very high
Mm-hmm.
and didn't do anything. Jamar Russell. This
Mm-hmm.
dude was
Marcus Russell,
unprofessional.
I remember.
He had a lousy attitude.
Mm-hmm.
He gave, fans, his general manager, teammates, his ass to kiss.
Mm-hmm.
He put in minimal effort. You know, like you remember when was it there was like a when Kyler Murray had he had in his contract a stipulation that
Mm-hmm.
he has to study for X amount of hours
Right.
before he can, play video games. Man, that's child's play to what
Yeah.
Jamar Russell was doing.
Oh yeah. Yeah. I remember Ryan Leaf. He was another one. He had a bad attitude.
Yo, you ever see that interview that Ryan Leaf did in the locker
Yeah.
room when he was like, man, he had an emotional meltdown.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. And even now, Anthony Richardson should not be playing. The Colts need to sit his ass down. He injured his hip, and he came back off an injury. He got injured again in Sunday's game. Why is he playing?
Yeah,
You know what I'm
I
saying? Like
totally
what
agree.
type of expectation? I don't think nobody is picking the Colts to win the AFC South anyway. So why is he playing?
Especially, you know, when the Colts. I mean, who else is in that division?
You got the Texans, you got the Jags, you got I think the Titans are in that division. But it's like
That
they're not.
yo, you just mentioned it. Look at those bum ass teams: the Titans, the Jags.
Mm-hmm.
Like you only like even with the Texans, they're not like perennial world beaters. Like you don't
No,
have to rush. You don't have to rush Richardson back so
right,
soon.
exactly. You know, and he came off an injury and he got injured. He injured his hip, so now he might be out for weeks. Why start him? It's like what are you don't have the Super Bowl team right now anyway. So why start him?
And that division is so weak. Is
Exactly.
that you want to have years, to rebuild and become competitive.
Exactly.
Like it's like they're rushing steps.
I don't get it. I don't understand what some of these teams are doing. Miami, another team, two out again with a concussion. At this point, he needs to retire because he's gonna die on that field. He's gonna take a bad hit and he's not gonna be able to get up, and then they're gonna be like, "See, we told you so." He should have retired when he had a chance.
I do. I would love to like know the thought process of clearing Tua to play the last uh, game before he got concussed, because now it's getting to a point now where uh, the team is going to have to make Tua sign one of those waiver forms where if you get seriously injured, if you break your neck, you get concussed, you have to sign this waiver form that you can't sue the NFL
Mm-hmm.
for damages. You can't sue us for uh, punitive compensation because uh, because when he got concussed by Damar Hamlin, when he was trying to get up, he looked kind of stiff.
Yeah.
You ever seen like people with rigor mortis?
Yeah.
Where their limbs they're so stiff and they're
Mm-hmm.
not like. I was seriously thinking, man, like you just might become a vegetable if you take one more uh, hit.
Yep.
And it don't even have to be like a bone cruncher, like a bone crunching hit. Like it can be, just a face mask, like a horse collar,
Right.
because something like a horse collar where you're being dragged from behind, you might
Right.
hit your head on the turf.
Yeah.
Who knows if that can add, that who if it'll aggravate the injury even more.
And now they're saying he's coming back for week 8. So like they have a bye, and then after the bye, he's gonna come back. That's like in another, 4 weeks. But I don't think he should come back at all. I think he should sit out the season. And if the season is a loss, then that's what it is. Because if this is your future QB that you consider like your Patrick Mahomes or your, Lamar Jackson, he got to be healthy. And they're already on a thin line with him being out again for a concussion again after he went through
Mhm.
like 3 or 4 last year. So I don't know. I don't know. Like they're talking about they're searching for another QB, and you got Ryan Tannehill out there. He ain't been signed. Maybe they signed Ryan Tannehill, or I don't know what they're gonna do. They were talking about trading for Bryce Young. I don't know. I mean, you haven't seen the best of Bryce Young yet since he's been in the NFL. You really want to take that chance and sign him?
And the Bills are head and shoulders above
Oh yeah,
every team in the
yeah,
AFC East.
definitely.
So as far as I'm concerned, there's really no rush for Tua to come
They
back
come back, right?
because even if they do make the wild card, they're not going to do anything
Exactly.
because
Yeah.
because they has been bullied in the playoffs.
hmm I saw their record. They had I think they're like 0-11 in cold weather. So
Yeah,
they have to, for them to win in the postseason, they got to play in Miami, because if they play in like Buffalo or New York and it's cold, they're gonna lose. They are not a good cold weather team.
yeah, and
You know,
and no amount of simulation can prepare Miami for playing in temperatures of you know 10 below or playing in the 10s and 20s.
right? They're not good. The Jets. I was watching that Jets game and I'm like, yo, y'all can't score a touchdown against the Denver Broncos. The bad Denver Broncos with another rookie quarterback in Bo Nix. Y'all can't score a touchdown.
And I think I was watching because I don't have like red zone
Mhm.
I only look at the games that I can see on either CBS or
Yeah, same.
Fox. So when they cut, so when I think it was I was I forgot the game I was watching, but
Mhm.
when they cut to the Jets and Bronco highlights, the score was hovering like around 6-3,
Yeah, it was. I'm like, bro, like
and it was like
this
the
is
third
crazy.
quarter.
I mean, I know it was raining and all that. Okay, they played in the rain. It was a sloppy game, but Denver scored a touchdown, and it just got weapons. So you mean to tell me you can't score one touchdown against the Broncos?
And
It was almost
didn't they
like, I'm
didn't
like, yo, y'all made the Broncos look like the Kansas City Chiefs on Sunday.
and didn't the Jets get in the red zone at least twice?
They couldn't score. They
And,
could, and the thing is that the one receiver that had a good game was Mike Williams. That's who Aaron Rodgers was looking for, because they were double teaming Gary Wilson all day. But I'm like, they got other receivers. You couldn't. I don't understand. Like the tight end, he couldn't get open. Alan Lazard couldn't get open. You know what I mean? So now they talking about, oh, well, Devontae Adams wants a trade out of LA. He wants to come to the Jets. You think that's gonna fix your problems if you have the Devontae Adams?
if nothing, if anything, having Devonte Adams is only going to bring out even more dysfunction
Mm-hmm.
because Robert Sala doesn't strike me as a person that is very authoritative.
No.
And I thought Antonio Pierce, I thought he was a hard nosed, you know, tough but fair coach, that held guys accountable.
Mm-hmm.
And he did not handle that situation with Devontae Adams at all. Number one, like, dude, I get that Devontae Adams, he doesn't always play with full effort, but
Right.
why would you like an IG post that uh that echoed your sentiments that Devontae Adams he's being shopped, by the Raiders.
Mm-hmm.
You like the post, but then you unlike the post.
Right.
I didn't like that. That's something that teenagers do. That's something
Right.
that Antonio Brown would do.
Exactly.
So so now in Devontae Adams, he got what he wanted. He wanted to get out of Las Vegas.
Right.
So now he's going to go to the Jets,
Well,
where
it's not official yet. Like he has like a list of teams. They mentioned the Jets. You mentioned the Saints, the Chiefs. The Chiefs need a receiver because they
Rasheed
lost Rasheed
Rice.
Rice, yeah, in Sunday's game. So I think he's out for the season with a torn ACL or something. So they're gonna need a receiver. But the thing with the Chiefs is they don't go out and sign big name receivers. Because when OBJ was available, they didn't sign him.
And I also think um, Andy Reid, he may look at his wide receivers as the core that is good enough to
Right,
run with.
right.
Like sometimes when you bring in uh, a player from another team while the season is in progress,
Mm-hmm.
it throws off the chemistry.
Yeah,
Like and I like Devontae Adams, he's a dynamic receiver, but
yeah,
I don't understand uh, the rush around him to go get Devontae Adams. Like to me, I would proceed with caution, and I get it. He's the shiny toy that's on the market. You can
mm-hmm.
go get him at Toys R Us, but I got a lot of questions that require answering. Number one,
Mm-hmm.
what was it about the Raiders that you could not play there anymore? Because
I don't know. I don't understand why you went anyway. I'm like, why the Raiders?
yeah, because I understand Aaron Rodgers, the last year that uh, Adams was playing with Aaron Rodgers in Green Bay,
That's
there
his
was
boy.
yeah, there was some conjecture about Aaron Rodgers hemming and hawing. Is he going to stay in Green
Yeah,
Bay? Is he going to leave Green Bay? So rather than be stuck in Green Bay without Aaron Rodgers, Devontae Adams pulled the trigger on going to another team.
right.
But at that time, he had Derek Carr there,
Mm-hmm.
and I get it. Him and Derek Carr played in college,
Right,
but you don't make. I would think that the most prudent rationale for making career changing decisions like going to another team wouldn't involve playing with somebody you played with in college. I would think, does this team have a chance to make the playoffs?
right,
Do they have a chance to compete in the Super Bowl? Is it a marked improvement at another team than it is being here? Because if it isn't, just tough it out playing with Aaron Rodgers.
right.
Because uh, because prior to the last season that Aaron Rodgers played in Green Bay, where the Lions uh, ended his career in Green Bay,
Mm-hmm.
the Packers won the NFC North damn near every year.
Right.
Not damn near, they did win the NFC
Mm-hmm.
North every year.
Yep. But I think maybe he was. I don't think he really was banking on Jordan Love being this good, because if that was the case, he would have stayed with Green Bay and played with Jordan Love. You know what I'm saying? But
But he would have had to have seen Jordan Love in practice, you know,
yeah, I mean,
because,
but like they got
I don't
some.
think
Mhm.
Adams knew Jordan Love was going to be so good so quickly.
Right. Yeah, because he's thinking, oh, it's a rookie. My boy is going to New York. Let me go. Let me leave and go to the Raiders. I don't think he should have went to the Raiders. You know what I'm
Mm-hmm.
saying? I know Aaron Rodgers is his boy. I think he still felt some type of way that Aaron left, and he wants to rejoin Aaron. But I'm like, yo, they got weapons already. If he come to the Jets, Aaron Rodgers is gonna look for him first before he look for Garrett Wilson or anybody else.
So now it's going to be Devontae Adams versus the rest of the wide receivers.
Mhm. Yeah, because that's gonna be his main target if he should come here. That's gonna he's gonna look for him first because he know him. he have a rapport with him. He don't know these receivers. He already got there's like issues with him and Garrett Wilson already.
But can you explain to me how the Jets could have 5 pre-snap penalties at home?
Man, it was just a bad game. They just played, both teams played sloppy, you know. But for them, I'm like, y'all are above the Denver Broncos. Like, how do you lose without a single touchdown to the Denver Broncos? Like, I expect that from the Giants, not the Jets. The Jets got weapons. You
Mm-hmm.
got a Hall of Fame quarterback, and they couldn't score one touchdown in the rain against Denver. But Denver scored a touchdown in the rain, you know.
Exactly.
So I'm like, that's a game that they should have won. That I don't. That's unexplainable.
And I think Aaron Rodgers said something to the effect he asked publicly, how will the Jets handle prosperity? And because who did they beat the previous game
They
before
beat
they lost to the Broncos?
who did they beat the previous game?
Because I remember, like, once the Jets beat
Mm,
uh uh some team, once the Jets won the week prior to them losing to the Broncos, you know, the Jets are going to win the AFC East, and they're going to do this, they're going to do that, and I'm like,
they beat the
I don't.
Patriots. That's what they
The,
beat. They beat the Patriots.
yeah, they beat the Patriots, and
Yeah,
the entire uh, the buzz around them was that, oh, they're going to win the NFC East,
right.
they're going to do this, they're going to do that, and I couldn't understand it because Aaron Rodgers, he's playing up until this point, he's playing more games this season than he did last season.
Mm-hmm.
Like, you don't go from being having your season ended last season to getting to the Super Bowl. He's like in in the confusion around the cadence talk.
Mm-hmm.
That's something like if Robert Saleh really said that maybe we should abandon the cadence talk. If he really said that, I question his pedigree to be a coach. That's
Right.
something that you don't say out public
Right. I agree.
because now, because all you just doing is giving your opponents insight into how your 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 minds work when it comes to you and Aaron Rodgers.
Facts.
It's like the cat is out of the bag now.
Facts. And that the offensive line played like crap on Sunday. There was Aaron Rodgers took some shots, and I'm like, yo, he's gonna re-injure his Achilles again if they don't get this man off the field. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And I still feel like he might be injured, but they're not saying. But that last hit he took, and he had to come out. I'm like, yo, get this man off the field before he totally tear his Achilles again, and that'll be it.
And I've seen, like, from the highlights, if you notice him when he's running out of the pocket to
Mm-hmm.
escape the rush,
Right.
look how he's running.
He
He
can't
looks
he can't
labored.
run no more.
Yeah, like every step that he takes, he's laboring.
Mm-hmm.
He takes more effort,
Yeah.
running than he used to.
Right.
And the offensive line coach, they have to do something where they can mask the immobility of Aaron Rodgers, because if they can't, then opposing, defense, they're just going to tee up on Aaron Rodgers.
Yeah. I didn't like how they were protecting him, and I'm like, yo, y'all got to get him out this game because he's gonna tear his Achilles or the other one or both, and then that'll be it. He ain't gonna be
Yeah,
no coming back after that. So
man, like, You still there? You like try bro frozen. Oh shit. Yo, try bro. It looks like your camera is frozen, like a still picture. Like maybe try bro has to come back in. But yeah, like definitely enjoying this baseball and football talk. We just shooting the shit right now, and uh right now I'm looking at the New York Mets. Eighth inning. What just just gonna wait for Trabro to come back in the room. Me as a Detroiter, I'm happy that my Tigers won.
My bad, my bad. Had some Wi-Fi issues, but
You,
um,
now you see what I was going through last
I
week.
know, yo, it's been it's been crazy. Before we leave, I want to talk get your thoughts on the NBA, the big NBA trade with Carl Anthony Towns and Julius Randle and Dante DiVincenzo. A lot of Knick fans that I know don't like the trade. I don't know why. I think these people are crazy. That's only because we haven't. They're not used to winning. We're not used to being a championship contender. You know what I'm saying? I love the
Mm-hmm.
trade because I think we needed a 7-footer that can shoot, that can spread the floor for Brunson to cook. And people talk about his toughness, or he's soft, this and that. Let's face it, the game is not even about defense no more. It's all about how many points you can put up. If you
Yeah,
have a player that can fill the stat sheet and they can give you, 10, 10, 10, and 10, they're already considered an all-star. So it's not about defense no more. But I feel like being that he's from the East Coast, he's from here, he has a family in Edison, New Jersey. He knows how the New York fans are and how the media is. He's gonna be great here. I think it was definitely an addition that we needed, and I think we are the favorites in the East. I think Boston is gonna get their asses kicked, and they're gonna be without KP for I think he's coming back in December, January. By that time, we could already be have a big lead in the East and be in first place, and have Boston try to catch up to where we at. I know people are picking the Sixers, and I don't trust Embiid's knee. I think Embiid at some point is going to be out for the season, like for a couple weeks or months or whatever. But I think Knicks upgraded instantly to becoming championship contenders with this trade. So what how did you feel about the trade?
well, number one, I think the Sixers. I think their window has closed. I mean, because I'm thinking like the Sixers. They've had what 5 years,
Mm-hmm.
5 opportunities to get to the Eastern Conference Finals.
Right.
They always got snake bitten with Joel Embiid's knee, but
Mm-hmm.
the Knicks, there's I can't think of a downside to this trade. Number one, Julius Randle, he has expressed time and time again how much he had a love-hate relationship with the Knicks.
Yeah.
So maybe a change of scenery was needed for him to maybe feel happier playing basketball
Right.
away from MSG and uh and for Cat, as far as his toughness, there's really nobody in the NBA that I would consider NBA tough.
Right.
Like a Charles Oakley, you know, a Bill Lambier.
You got Draymond. You consider Draymond a tough guy?
No, No, I don't consider him intimidating. I
Mhm.
don't consider him physically imposing. I just find him to be someone that has a predetermined role that he's trying his best to live up to.
Right.
Because if he's truly an enforcer, then you should be able to impose your will on your team to at least average
Right.
10 points per game.
I agree.
And for the I think the Knicks uh they will be favored to get to the Eastern Conference Finals, and I couldn't be happier, for y'all
But
because
can we beat Boston though? That's the thing. That Boston is a team we got to take down. Can we beat Boston in the 7-game series? I feel like without KP for 3 months, this is the time for us to strike now and get in first place so that everybody else is looking at us. The same way Boston did last year, where Boston was in first place comfortably, nobody was really a threat to them. You know what I'm saying? So they gotta the Knicks gotta strike first come opening night, and we got Boston on ring night. I want them to bust Boston's ass and send a message to them that we taking it easy this year. You know what I'm saying?
I think they can. I think the Knicks can beat Boston because Jason Tatum he's shown to have some games where he melts down,
Right.
during crunch time,
Yeah.
and um, but I think with KP, Porzingis, being out,
Yeah.
for what a couple of months, you know, that's a prime opportunity to pretty much feast,
Oh yeah.
to pretty much feast on that division. But you
Um.
but also
mm,
I think the Knicks defense is going to get better as the year goes on because I don't know if the Knicks defensively is going to be is going to be able to uh, play in the 80s, not the 80s, but play in the 100s,
right.
maybe keep the scores around the 90s
Yeah. I agree.
because the when they play like Western Conference teams, man, the scores are going to be in the 110s,
Yeah.
120s. Like if the Knicks keep it no more than 100 or 110,
Right.
absolutely. But trying to get out, trying to win a shootout with Western Conference perennials like Denver, um, you know, Denver, Phoenix,
Okay. See.
OKC,
Mm-hmm.
nah. So
That.
absolutely, I think there is nothing but upside for the Knicks.
The thing I'm kind of torn with Mitchell Robinson because Mitch is a great rim protector, a great defender,
Mm-hmm.
but he's starting to break down at this point, and he's young. It's not like he's like a veteran and he's breaking out. He's like really the last Nick veteran from the older team that we had with Frank Nikilia and Randall and them. He's like the last one left from that team. You know what I'm saying? And they kept him for a reason because he's a great rim protector and he's good on defense. But my issue with him was that he had no offensive game. Um, he was he didn't have like a motor where he wasn't hungry enough. Like he would play some days he's good, he's in it, and other days his head is out of the game. And then he
Mm-hmm.
you know he wanted a big contract. I think he had switched agents or whatever. You know what I'm saying? So at this point, he's breaking down now. What do you do with Mitchell Robinson? Do you trade him for more pieces for the bench, or do you keep stash him until he also is might come back in December? Do you wait till December and bring him back into the lineup with Cat, so you have like our version of the Twin Towers with like how Minnesota did with Cat and Gobert.
Hmm.
Down the stretch, you could use both of them in fourth quarter situations. What do you do with Mitch?
Yeah, that's going to be quite the predicament because he doesn't he's not going to be able to when you got that version of the Twin Towers, like
Mm-hmm.
something got to give.
Yeah,
Yo,
and
yo, by the way,
mhm.
the Mets just gave up 2 runs.
Unbelievable.
Damn.
I mean, they still got time. You're going into the ninth. I
Yeah,
don't know. Come on, I want these magical powers from Grimace to rub off on them now.
man,
You know,
that was a solo home run, man. Whew.
oh man, to Milwaukee's it's gonna be tough to beat them on their home field. So I still have faith in my team. I think they could do it. We'll see. But it's like if we have Mitch in the lineup with Cat, then Mitch can just worry about defense. He ain't gotta worry about we ain't gotta worry about dumping the ball down in the paint to him because he can't score anyway. So it's like you just in there for rebounds, block shots, defense, steals. He's good at steals, and we have Cat. I guess Cat will play, beyond the 3-point line. He loves playing beyond the 3-point line. You know what I'm saying? But
So for Mitch, it just takes a weight off of his shoulders.
yeah,
He doesn't have to shoulder the burden of you know
right,
carrying the offensive load at that
right.
position.
But I mean, for Cat is 7 feet. I would love for him to play more in the paint instead of going and being comfortable beyond the 3-point line and shooting like he's Steph Curry. Because he like what he did against Dallas was terrible. He played horrible in that series last season. Because and even Barkley said it. You are 7 feet tall. Why are you comfortable just shooting threes? Get down low and dunk on somebody. You know what I'm saying? I'm like,
Well,
yeah, like this is the problem with having the big man now in today's game being able to shoot threes because Embiid does it a lot. Kevin Love used to do it a lot. And you have Cat that's his game now. He's resorted to shooting behind the 3-point line. I'm like, yo, you're 7 feet tall. You should be getting 30 and 10 a night. There's no reason why you're getting most of your points. He had I think he had like a 50-point game, 60-point game last season, and half of those clips was him shooting the three. You
and
know what I'm
I
saying?
and I hate it when players of that height that are big and tall like Cat, like when you bring him a ball, like when a point guard is bringing a ball up the court
Right,
and you just sagging along the perimeter and not getting to the paint, and you don't even and you don't even and you don't go out of your way to at least pretend that you want to go into the paint.
right,
At least go to the paint, then sag out to the perimeter.
exactly.
But as soon as the point guard gets past half court,
He's already going
Cat
to the 3-point line.
exactly. And I think that and I you would know better than I
Mm.
would is Thibodeau the kind of coach that's going to get in Cat's ass?
I think cause they had beef in the past. Remember, Tibbs was the coach from Minnesota when they had Jimmy Butler. Then Jimmy Butler was like he plays soft. You know what I'm saying?
Hmm.
So it's like you're 7 feet tall, and he has the game. He has the game in him. He has the game to play in the paint. He doesn't want to do it though. It seemed like he's more comfortable getting his points from beyond the 3-point line, and that's bad because it's like we you know what I'm saying. We have Mitchell Robinson who has no offensive game, and he's in there for the defense. And now we got Cat that we hope he plays defense. We hope he has dog in him, and we hope he also play in the paint. Now if it comes to like where they use both of them in the lineup and you know he's gonna spread the floor for Brunson and for everybody else to cook. You know what I'm saying? And he could be
Mm-hmm.
another offensive weapon also. But I don't want him getting most of his points behind the 3-point line. You know what I'm saying? That should only happen if if we have Mitch in there and maybe we have Bridges playing or Jason or Jason Hart playing at the 3. Then I can understand you getting some of your points at the 3-point line. But if he's starting at center, you better be in the paint knocking with Embiid and with Bam and whoever else, Gobert, whoever, getting 30 and 10 for us. You know what I'm saying?
It makes me think that Cat is afraid, to bang in the paint
But
and get
he's done it in
physical.
the past though. It seemed like in recent
But
years, especially last year. Last year, I noticed that a lot when Minnesota played Dallas in the postseason, and he was missing a lot of those 3-pointers. I'm like, yo, get your ass in the paint and dunk on somebody. It's not like Dallas didn't have nobody. They didn't have no Dirk Nowitzki on their team. You know what I'm
mm-hmm.
saying? It's like you should be getting your points in the paint. This nigga was out there taking threes and he was missing them. You know what I'm saying?
Yo,
That's even worse because you're losing in the series and you're resorting to instead of like saying okay, let me switch up my game tonight. I'm gonna play more down low in the paint. This nigga was taking threes and missing them.
I mean, he's never going to best Luka Doncic
Nah,
in
hell no,
a free pointing
hell no.
contest. Definitely not in a game. Like
And
like
and
like
on top of that, you remember All-Star Weekend, I believe he won the 3-point shootout. You know what I'm saying?
yeah.
I think he won that if I'm not mistaken. So it's like that probably what got to him said like, oh, I won the 3-point shootout All-Star Weekend. Let me take these threes and beat Dallas. It didn't work. You know what I'm saying? And he can't come here thinking you can't play how you did in Minnesota because New York is different. The media is different. The fans are different here. We want to see him down low in the paint like Patrick Ewing used to do, and you going up against the best big men in the league, Jokic and Embiid and Bam. You know what I'm saying? AD not resorting to taking jumpers. You know what I'm saying? Like AD did that too. Like he's another one where he don't really play in the paint like he used to. Like he takes a lot of 3-pointers. You know what I'm saying? That's a good weapon to have in your arsenal. But you 7 feet tall, you should be dunking on people.
But see, at least with Antonio Davis, he has LeBron where LeBron will be in his ear to
Right.
take less 3-pointers and play closer to the rim.
Right.
I mean, who like
We have Brunson. I think Brunson would do that because Brunson is the captain of the team. You know what I'm saying? But
mm-hmm.
it shouldn't have to come to that. Like I would think you know what I'm
Yeah,
saying?
so you're saying like Jalen, like Bronson should not have to be the daddy in this situation.
Right, exactly. Or not Tibbs because him and Tibbs had a rift before. That's why it didn't work out. You know what I'm saying? I'm like, now you're back with Tibbs. It better work out this time because we traded. Fans are pissed off that we traded Dante DiVincenzo and Randall for you, and they already feel like you play soft. So his game have to be totally different here than how it was in Minnesota. You don't have no Gobert here, so there's no excuse. Maybe that was an issue. Maybe him and Gobert didn't gel in the lineup. There's no Gobert over here. We got Mitchell. Mitchell might not even stay. They might trade him. So and you're not going to see Mitchell at least until December or January. So he have all the leeway possible to show the fans that I have a dog in me. I'm ready to win a chip, and let me show you what I can do. My game is not just all about shooting threes. That's what I want to see from him. Because if that don't happen, then we traded away some good ass players that was loyal to our team for this nigga.
And another thing, Cat has to know this is the best chance he has ever had to getting to the finals. Because when he was in
Facts.
Minnesota, he always had Denver, Golden State, the Lakers to contend with.
Uh-huh.
Like this is like especially for the first few months, man, you can feast on not just Boston, but you can feast on so many teams in
Uh-huh.
the East
Facts.
because like there's not that many perennial teams that are in the Eastern Conference. So if Cat doesn't understand that this is a golden opportunity for me to correct my reputation and fix and kind of make peace with whatever rift I had with Thibodeau and just start anew, then he'll
Mhm.
never he'll never appreciate another opportunity like this again.
on, on top of that, he just did an interview on Club Shay Shay. I didn't even see the interview. I hope he did not
Mm-hmm.
say nothing stupid in that interview because you're already coming in. You're already coming in doing an interview on Club Shay Shay. You haven't even played one game with the Knicks yet. You just got here, bro. How are you doing an
well,
interview with Club Shay Shay?
so you're saying Cat he did an interview with Club Shay Shay before
Yes,
the
that came
ink
out
has
today.
even dried on the contract.
Yes, that came out today, and I didn't watch it. I just saw the clip. I'm like, I hope he didn't say nothing dumb because you know how it is now when you go on Club Shay Shay and they take a clip of something controversial that people say.
And it
I'm
goes
like, bro, I
viral.
hope you did not say nothing already to piss off the Knicks fans. You just got here.
But I will say though, I think this season is going to be very entertaining
Oh yeah,
because
for sure.
I'm going to be very entertained at Knicks fans being pissed off at any and everything Cat
Bro,
does.
it's already happening. I've seen like Knicks blogs. They're already pissed off that I'm like, yo, Dante was a nice piece, but he wasn't starting. And there was reports coming out saying that he was displeased with his role because you know we had an injury riddled roster last year, and he was thrust into the starter position, but he's never been a starter on no team. When he was at Golden State, he wasn't starting on there. He wasn't starting with Milwaukee. Every
Hmm.
team he's been on, he's came off the bench. What made him thought it was going to change with this team? Because at some point you knew that Randall was going to come back, and Mitch got injured, and he was going to come back. So what made him think that he was going to be a starter on this team? So that was part of the reason why they traded him. Like, yes, he was good. He did his thing for us in the playoffs against Philly. You know, we didn't get a chance to beat Indiana. We could have won. We could have beaten Indiana, and that didn't happen. He was good. But I told Knicks fans this: in order to get something, you have to give something, especially a four-time All-Star like Cole Anthony Towns. We have to give up Randall for that. We was not gonna. Minnesota's not stupid. They were not gonna give up their four-time All-Star for just a bag of peanuts. We have to give up Randall in that deal.
And you just said it. Like sometimes in negotiations, whether you know in any negotiation, like each side has a hard line,
Right.
but to get something that you truly want, you have to be comfortable letting go of something,
Yeah.
even if it has sentimental value.
Right.
And
I mean,
for
Randall was never that dude. Like he was a good role player. That's what he was with LA and Kobe. He was like that on the Pelicans. He was a good role player. He came here at a time when we couldn't get Durant. He said no to us. Kyrie said no to us. Nobody wanted to come to New York. And Randall said, okay, I'm gonna come to New York. They gave him 60 million. He did his thing. He started the process of getting to where we at now. But he was never going to be a super. He was not a superstar. He was a role player that went to the All-Star game. That's what he was. But we was not going to beat the Celtics with just Randall. That's why we had to get Mikal Bridges. And thank God we got him, and we didn't have to give up too much. We gave up Bogdanovic. I think they gave up some draft picks, but we got Mikal Bridges, which is who we wanted. He's a great player. you know. And to get the big fish, to get Carl Anthony Towns, we have to give up somebody, and we have to give up Randall. Randall was trade asset because they were never going to give Randall that extension that he wanted. He also wanted an extension. They wasn't going to give it to him.
and and Randall, he played good enough to be trade bait.
Exactly. He played. This is what you do. Okay. When if he have trade value and he's actually playing good, now is the time to trade him. You don't wait till February. You know what
Exactly.
I'm saying? They did the right thing. I'm trying to make Knicks fans understand that. I'm like, in order to get an all-star like Cat, we had to give up Randall. And I think the deciding piece was throwing Dante in that trade. And thank God they didn't want more, because remember when we tried to get Donovan Mitchell from Utah, they wanted a shitload of players for just him.
Yeah, and like no trade, and as they say, like no trade is going to be equal, but that's like more than half. That's like
Right.
70%. Like no, no,
Exactly.
no, no, no.
They were Utah
It
was trying. Danny Ainge
exactly.
is he runs Utah. Utah was trying to fleece us like Denver did when we got Carmelo in that deal, and we had to give up Wilson Chandler and Raymond Felton. They fleeced us for Carmelo, and look how that turned out.
And come
You know what I'm saying?
and also on top of that, I remember when Phil Jackson was coaching the Knicks and Carmelo was miserable. Like
Right.
that
Yeah.
that like you learn your lesson. Like sometimes even if you want something bad enough, you have to know when you're being taken advantage of.
Right.
Like if I give up this, it
Mm-hmm.
can't completely deplete my what I have.
Right.
And that goes with anything. I don't care if you're negotiating a car, negotiating for a house. Like you have to know when you're being taken advantage of.
Yes. I agree, and Carmelo, he as much as he loved New York, he wanted to be here, but he also wanted to win. And I don't think he wanted to come right out and go to management and be like, yo, I want to be traded. But I think they knew, like, it was just time. Like, it was time, go try to get a ring with whoever. I don't think they should have traded him to Portland. Portland, they were bad,
Hmm.
and he went to Houston. They were, I'm like, he was like
But
ring chasing.
I also think Vanessa didn't want to do Carmelo any favors,
Right,
especially Phil Jackson.
right. I agree. I
I
agree.
think I feel Phil Jackson considered it business.
That whole Phil Jackson thing was a mess. He should have never been in from the beginning, because we wasn't getting Phil Jackson the coach. We was getting Phil Jackson the GM. He's never been a GM.
And that was like a weird that was like a weird energy
Yeah.
at the time because like he would, from what I would like, tell me if I'm wrong, but he would
Mhm.
like he wouldn't be seen, and when he was at games he was very
Yeah.
standoffish and um very aloof.
Yeah. It was a different
You,
Phil Jackson. It wasn't the same that the Lakers fans know.
and,
You
and,
know.
then, and that was right after Isaiah Thomas was the coach, and
Yes.
and,
It's just bad times.
but I was thinking like, man,
Mhm.
the the Pistons, we had Joe Dumars as our GM. We got a championship out of it. We got
Right.
to the Eastern Conference Finals
Hmm.
5 years in a row.
Right.
Man, I thank God we did not have Zeke, because it would be so easy for Bill Davidson to sign off on bringing
Hmm.
Zeke to coach
Right.
us. But hey, all-time bad boy,
Hmm.
great coaching. His former team.
Yeah.
But man, like man, it got so man, it got so bad, man. Like the way that Zeke ran the Knicks is the way Matt Millen ran the Lions.
Bro. He was. I still think there's some type of weird relationship going on with him and James Dolan, because even when he was gone, he was still in Dolan's ear. And I'm like, if you already fired this man, he's gone from your organization. Why is he still advising you about shit? Like, are you that dumb, James Dolan, that you have to take advice from Isaiah Thomas, who was a bad GM? Great
Exactly.
player. He's a Hall of Famer, but one of the best point guards of my generation. But he's a horrible GM. He was a horrible GM for the Knicks. He was a horrible GM for Toronto. You know what I'm saying? And I,
Yeah.
I didn't understand. I'm like, there's some type of weird relationship going on with him and James Dolan.
I think a 30 for 30 needs to be done on James Dolan by himself
Yeah.
because like he had like when he had that weird blow up with Charles Oakley,
Mm-hmm.
I felt like I was like, how is it that Knicks fans are still and I get it like I'm a Pistons fan. I
Right.
will always be a Pistons fan. So for
Right.
me, I get it, but I was thinking to myself like, are Knicks are Knicks fans are they going to at least not show up to a few games or at least be vocal that no,
Right.
you don't treat Charles Oakley this way,
Exactly.
and then
Or
he has like
Spike Lee.
a
Remember he did the same thing with Spike Lee and with the little boy and his mom. He threw a little boy out of the garden.
nah, I didn't hear about that.
Yeah, there was at when all that was going on. What it was like a little boy. He was like a fan, and he said something about fire Dolan or something. Dolan heard that and escorted the boy and his mother out of the garden.
Wow, that's a true piece
Yeah.
of
So
shit.
all that was going on, right? The thing is, when you go to Knicks game, it's like an easy date to. It's like an easy event to take to bring a date. It's like you can go to a Knicks game and bring your girlfriend with you, and they don't necessarily have to love basketball, but it's
Hmm.
like the whole aura of the Garden is just entertaining because it's there's other things going on. You know, got the cheerleaders, the Knick dancers, and they're giving away T-shirts and stuff, and there's all kind of shit going on at the Garden. The bright lights, big city at night, Manhattan. It's like an easy date. You know what I'm saying? And I feel like that's why they've always, sold out games because even if the team is bad, the fans are still going to show up. A lot of them are still loyal Knicks fans and believe that a turnaround was going to happen. And a lot of them just bought their date. Like, oh, we're on a date. We watching the Knicks game. We're gonna go get something to eat after. That's what it is.
So it's almost like the action on the floor is
Yeah,
like a bonus.
yeah. It's like even I've been to Knicks games where they were losing, and people
Hmm.
are still they talking with each other. They on their phone. They chilling. They could kill us about the game. Like we already getting blown up by 30. We can kill us. But the aura of the Garden and the city is why people go. That's what it's
Oh,
about.
okay.
You know what
Yeah,
I'm saying? The food, like people love the food at the concession stands and all that, and that's really why they go. They go to have a beer. They out with their significant other or whatever, and they chilling. You know?
I mean, the way you broke it down, that makes a lot of sense.
Yeah. I mean, even with baseball games, like baseball games, there's drunk fans in the stands, and they doing all type of shit. They fighting with each other. They on TikTok. They don't give a damn about the game. They home team could be losing, but it's just like it's like people come on like there's like for Met fans they got like a whole like section for like the seven, they call it the 7 line, and it's like
Mm.
like the 7 train run on that line or whatever, and it's like this for the 7 line, the section they all like congregate on social media and they all meet up with each other, and it's like a thing, just like Bills Mafia, like they tailgate before the Bills games, and they barbecue and all that, and then they all meet up outside of the stadium, and they all go in together. Like that's what it's become for Knicks fans. It's like
I'm,
you know what I mean? Like when we beat Philly, you would have thought that we won the NBA Finals last year because they were
yo,
all outside, they were drunk, they were chanting, all kind of shit was going on outside, and this is just round one of the playoffs. So you could imagine if we do get to the finals, it's gonna be crazy.
yo, like when you said that, it made me think of like. Now keep in mind, I've gone to many games at Ford Field,
Mm-hmm.
and the what you're talking about, like the like Madison Square Garden,
Yeah.
it's in the heart of Manhattan.
Mm-hmm.
But I can tell you from experience, when I've gone to Ford Field for Lions games, like I like there's a group of people that will go to Ford Field. They don't even know football. They don't know who the Lions are
Right.
playing.
Right.
They don't know who the players are, but they will buy all of the memorabilia.
Yeah.
They'll buy the jerseys. They'll buy the starter jackets, the hoodies, anything with a Lions logo.
Right.
So I can just imagine, as you're describing,
Yeah.
going to Madison Square Garden where there is so much to do
So much to do.
besides just watching the game.
Right.
So that makes a lot of sense. Where, man, you can take a date, to
Yeah.
MSG,
Like
and
with the Barclays Center don't have that same type of aura like the Garden. I've been to Nets games at the Barclays Center. After the game, people just go home because like once you come out of the arena, you got the subway station right there. So they don't stand around and partake in like group picks and all that. Like the Knicks fans are wild. Like they come out of the Garden and they partying and they going to eat and all that. They smoking, they drinking. Nets fans don't do that. So it's a different aura with the Barclays Center and with the Garden. You know what I'm saying?
it's almost like with like, tell me if I'm wrong. Like,
Mm-hmm.
if the Knicks win, once fans start filing out, people are just partying amongst themselves. They want to
Yeah.
They want to go to the
It's
bar
it's the it's
together.
the
They want
thing
to
because
hang
and
out
they got like
together.
on top they got like social media stuff also. Like there's they have a school bus, a Knicks bus with a rim on the back of the bus. So you can practice dunks on the back of the bus. Like that's a real thing that
Yeah.
go. They did that for last year when they went to playoffs last season. You know what I'm saying? So there's all kind of events for the fans outside of the arena before the game and after the game. The Nets don't do that. They don't have that. The Nets for them, they rather have their players go on like a podcast about their house or what they bought $1 million house and how they furnished it or where they go to eat. That's what the Nets do for their fans. They don't have the same fans like us.
It's
It's
like
two different. Yeah,
the
it's two
Barclays
different
is
auras.
very stuffy.
Yeah, it's two different franchises in the city, and the Knicks have the best fans, and that's why it's like. But when they were losing, the fans were still there because there's like there's so many other things you can do besides watch the game. You know what I'm saying? And now that the team is actually winning, it makes it even that much more enjoyable.
I told you this before, but I'm gonna say it again. If the Knicks make it to the finals, man,
It's gonna be crazy.
every New York rapper is going to try to make an
Yeah,
anthem
yeah.
for the Knicks.
You already had what's his name Nems. He had the Bing Bong song, and they used that for like their anthem. You know what I'm saying? They still using it, and I mean, it would be crazy because we haven't been to the finals since '99. You know what I'm saying? And that was like the lockout year, so that don't really count in people's memory. But
But
if like
if
what I
they would have,
mean,
I don't know if the Knicks would have beaten San Antonio in '99,
Mhm.
I'm not sure people would dismiss it.
Well, we wouldn't dismiss it. It'd be everybody else that would dismiss it. Oh, that was a like lockout year. That don't count. There's an asterisk next to that. You know, but
Yeah, you would have people say, "Oh, that was lucky. Try and do it again next year."
right.
But to do it in a lockout season where
Mhm.
the season is condensed and you're playing, uh, 3 or 4 games every week
Right.
without any break in action,
Mhm.
that's a test of endurance and stamina.
I agree.
Like, like I'm sure, like, when people talk about San Antonio Spurs dynasty, I'm
Mhm.
sure they don't look at that championship in '99 as,
Yeah.
that was lucky, or that was gimmicky.
They had multiple championships, so they could fly over that one.
Yeah,
Like it's like the Lakers. Like when Lakers won their championship in the
in
bubble.
2020.
Do y'all count that?
But see, I think more teams discount the championship from 2020 than that lockout
Right.
season. You know, mainly because I think the circumstances were so unique
Mhm.
that some that it's easy to poke holes at LeBron for not just LeBron but the Lakers for winning the championship.
Yeah.
Well, you didn't play straight through. You had a couple
Right.
months, you had a couple of months of
Mm-hmm.
layoff,
Mm-hmm.
so
Yeah.
I don't look at that year as any less uh, championship worthy
Right.
as as any other year,
Right.
because what you never hear people say was that, okay, if the Lakers were so lucky, right?
Mm-hmm.
How come no other team won it? What happened to the Clippers?
They wasn't good. They wasn't, and they had their super. Remember, Clippers had their super teams for the last 10 years, having Chris Paul and Blake Griffin and DeAndre Jordan. They still couldn't get to the finals. You had to break that
Hmm.
team up. Then they had a different iteration. Then they bought Harden on. They bought Paul George is in Philly now.
Hmm.
You know what I'm saying?
Oh,
James Harden
in the
is,
first iteration had Blake Griffin,
yeah.
um, DeAndre.
Mm-hmm.
But to
Yeah.
be honest, man, I always felt like that first iteration was kind of light in the ass,
Yeah.
meaning they were going to be pushed around.
Yeah.
Like when you saw them play, that they were nothing. They had a lot of dunks. They had a lot of highlight real worthy plays, but they weren't. They were never going to be a team that you felt, man, that was going to challenge a contender.
Yeah. Facts. Now they don't. Now they got what James Harden and who else is there?
I mean,
They're not going
Russell
nowhere. Oh, and
Russell
Kawhi
Westbrook
Leonard.
went to Utah.
Yeah, where Westbrook went to the Nuggets.
Yeah,
So
no,
I don't see the Clippers competing for nothing. They'd be lucky to even compete for a playing tournament.
and Steve, the owner of the Clippers,
Oh,
Steve,
Steve Ballmer, that's his name.
yeah, Steve Ballmer.
Yeah,
I I don't know if I would have did anything. Well, he did everything that he could
yeah,
to ensure that he could win a championship. The only thing, maybe if he's probably looking back on it now,
hmm,
making all of those concessions to Kawhi Leonard, man,
right, yeah,
that was that proved to be bad, because what it wound up doing is that it set a precedent on so many things that Kawhi could get away with, and it came at the expense of the team gelling,
I
because
think
all of the
Kawhi is done.
pressure. What you say?
I think Kawhi is done. I'm like, if he's out for like a long extended period, I don't think he's gonna ever be the same that we saw in Toronto. I think he's basically playing on one leg right now, like Embiid. Like Embiid, all he needs is another bad knee injury. He's done. He's playing on one leg right now.
But Kawhi, like he took from the time that the regular season ended earlier this year, he didn't play in the Olympics,
Right.
so he's had more than 6 months
Yeah.
to.
But is he healthy though? Is he healthy right now?
Oh, meaning, like, is he in shape to play
Yeah.
a full season?
Yes. Yeah.
Probably not.
Hmm.
Just looking at his track history,
Yeah.
you can't say that he's going to be at full strength.
No. He gonna miss some games this season. He's gonna miss some games. But like Kawhi at 85%. How much of a threat the Clippers are? I mean, it's only him and Harden don't play no defense at all. He's all about his points. He's all about getting his bag. He's not about you know putting a elbow on anybody or a hand in anybody's face. He don't play defense. He never did. And at this
Mhm.
point, it's like what kind of team do the Clippers expect to have with James Harden and Kawhi at 85%? I don't see them beating anybody out west.
Me neither. I mean, they're good enough to feast on the bottom feeders.
You're right. If that, I mean, on any given night, they could get their asses whipped by the Spurs with only Wemby and Chris Paul here. So I mean, I don't know what Steve Ballmer he did. He tried to win. It didn't work. I think they need to blow up the team and start from scratch.
Because Steve Ballmer, he did what I think most general managers, or not general managers, owners should do. Like
Right,
he put his chips to the table, cashed in, because he felt that he had the horses to make a run.
right,
But when you have when you have somebody that is as moody and as mysterious as Kawhi Leonard, you never know where his motivations lie,
exactly.
because he'll be out for 60 games per season, but yet he still finds time to film New Balance commercials.
Right, facts. And at this point, it's like you promoting New Balance is not gonna make me want to buy a pair. You know,
Right.
so like for me, it's like it's time for them to blow up that team because James Harden is not gonna get any better. He's aging as well. You know, at this point, he's all about his points and is getting his money. And Kawhi, to me, he's done. I don't see Kawhi playing another 2-3 years. You know,
And by blowing up the team, it just wipes the slate clean,
right?
because now
Exactly.
you
What's
can
good, Makai?
it'll wipe the slate clean. You can draft players that can be the face of the team
Right,
altogether.
right.
Like 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 go young, because I think what's the best thing that could happen for the Clippers is just cut after this season, just cut James Harden loose. Like, there needs to be young new blood, there needs to be new energy,
Yeah.
but players that can be molded to be coachable, players that want to learn and
Hmm.
want to be coached and want to improve. I
Yeah.
think James Harden, he's too settled into
Getting his
his
money.
lifestyle.
That's what it's about. It's about get. That's why he's been on different teams to get his money and get out. He's not about winning.
Absolutely.
You saw what he did with Brooklyn. He came to Brooklyn. He had issues with Kyrie. Broke up that team. He was there for his money. That's what he does with every team. He's there for his money and he's gone. He's not about winning at this point.
Then he went to the Sixers, did the same thing,
Right.
he
He
forced
wanted he
himself out
wanted
of
a long
Philly.
contract. They didn't give him one. He ended up leaving. You know what I'm saying? So it's like you can't win with
Mhm.
James Harden. So it's what's the point of them keeping him? Like they got to break up
It,
that team.
I always felt like when he was in Houston with Chris Paul,
Mm,
they were right at the precipice of knocking off Golden
yeah,
State.
yeah. But again, he had issues with Chris Paul. They wasn't getting along. You know what I'm saying? They had
Yeah,
there was tension with them. So it's like if you got issues with Chris Paul, what does that say about you? I've never heard of any issue that Chris Paul had with anybody that he played with. You know what I'm saying? And I've been watching
yeah.
Chris Paul from when he was in Wake Forest back in college, and he's a future Hall of Famer. So if you can't play with Chris Paul, what does that say about you?
And Chris Paul, he is a prototypical point guard. He's going to get you the rock.
Exactly. That's exactly why San Antonio got him. What I don't know how much they feel like he can, change in San Antonio. Maybe he could be a mentor to the team. They have a young team out there and with Wemby. But as far as him being on the court, he ain't playing. He ain't gonna play for 40 games for them.
Hmm. I
You know what
agree.
I'm saying? So he's basically there to mentor Wemby and that young team that they got because he's not gonna be playing come April and May with Wemby. You know, but Harden is all about his bag. That's what he cares about at this point. So you can't win with him. So it's like, why the Clippers have him? They gotta blow up that team now.
And the fact that he's in LA,
Yeah,
that's another reason why you have to cut bait with him after this season because like his priority is partying with rappers, partying
yeah.
with socialites,
Hmm.
and when he's on the court, how do you know that he's not looking in the stands while
Exactly.
he's playing? Like if your focus is not on basketball and winning, then you're pretty much useless.
Right. I agree. I agree. I think OKC and Minnesota, and I think Denver are like the teams to look for in the West. I think Denver's gonna bounce back from last season,
Hmm.
and I don't know how much better they feel like they got with Russell Westbrook. To me, is just about done too. How much do you feel like they got better with Russell Westbrook?
I think they did get a little bit better as far as athleticism is concerned because like Russell is going to push the tempo like he runs at full speed,
Right.
but sometimes like what does concern me is that man
Hmm.
when he's on a fast break,
Yeah.
like so he's like a bull in a china
Yeah,
shop.
but like, can he still give you? Are you looking to get a triple double from him? That's what I'm saying. Like
Oh
if
no 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 no
God
no.
forbid Jamal Murray goes down with another injury, are you looking to Westbrook to give you 20, 10, and 10?
No, not for Russell Westbrook getting a
Right,
triple double at this point of his career.
right,
That's that's not even something that I believe is even sustainable.
yeah.
Not at his age.
I don't know. I don't know how much they feel like he can make the team better. I mean, maybe he will. You know, Makai said he thinks OKC is going to the finals. I definitely feel like it's going to come down to them in Minnesota. I think with the addition of Hardenstein, that
Hmm.
the Knicks should have re-signed, but OKC got him and he wanted his money. I think that was a good addition for them, and they already have the weapons. And I know they traded Josh Giddey to the Bulls, and they got Caruso, and I think I would not be surprised if I was picking them last year to go to the finals, but you know, Minnesota, I think they're gonna be right there. I don't think the trade hurt them. I think the addition of Randall be a nice piece if he could stay healthy. I think he's gonna be injured by the time opening night comes. But I think if when he gets back, he's gonna be good for them. And having Dante's a great 3-point shooter. You know what I'm saying? They're gonna be right there. Dallas, I don't know about Dallas. I was surprised they made it to the finals with just Kyrie and Luca, but they played hard. They played hungry like they wanted to win. So um we'll see about them. Phoenix, I don't expect nothing from Phoenix. I don't think they're going anywhere. I think they need to break up that big three with Durant and Booker
Devin
and
Booker.
yeah and Bradley Beal. I don't. Bradley Beal was injured for most of his time there last season, so I don't see where they're going. And Kevin Durant is getting older. I don't. At this point, he should have been on a team like OKC, like have your reunion with them. They're a team on the come up. He could have been like that added weaponry that they needed. I don't see where Phoenix is going, and their bench is terrible.
I think if Kevin was on OKC, he would be like one of he would be the lone veteran, so
Right.
he wouldn't have like Devin Booker to be co veteran leader with.
Right.
Same thing when he like when he was with uh with the Brooklyn Nets.
Right.
Like him, there were times where I felt like Kevin Durant deferred to Kyrie way too much,
Yeah. I agree.
and I just like there are times where I wish Kevin Durant would make his own decisions, lead,
Yeah.
be the vocal leader, and set his own expectations for the team to not only to the team but to individual players.
But even they friendship was weird because you know supposedly the rumor was like he was only going where Kyrie was going. So if Kyrie wanted to come to the Knicks, he was going with him. You know, if Kyrie said, "Oh, I'm gonna go to Cleveland," I'm going with you to Cleveland. So it was like, why is he? Why are you basing your decision off of where Kyrie go?
It,
I mean, because
it,
you went to Golden State, and I don't remember Kyrie ever being on that team.
it was it seemed um, uh, like a daddy son relationship
Yeah,
where
it was weird. And then the whole thing with Kyrie wanted out, and then Durant was like, "Well, I might want out too," or "But no, I'm gonna stay, but I really want to go." Like I didn't understand that.
and from the optics, it seemed like Kyrie was pulling the purse strings, and Kevin Durant was like the puppet.
Right,
Because at some point, when you make decisions based on the desires of somebody else, people will wonder, well, what do you want for yourself?
exactly.
Like, like, are you your own man? Because that is not some. I don't know anybody that makes decisions based on based on somebody else.
Right,
Not unless they're like the not unless you're the child of a parent.
right, exactly. That you know what I'm saying. And the thing is, after they traded Kyrie, he could have stayed in Brooklyn. He could have had his own team. He chose to leave. He wanted out. And you
Yeah.
wanted to go to Phoenix. What was in Phoenix that what look at that roster made you feel like y'all was gonna win the finals? They bench was terrible. You know what I'm
Oh,
saying? They have to give up. They have to give up their bench just so he could be there. So you're going to a team with Devin Booker and y'all got no bench, and then
and
y'all
they
bring in Bradley Beal, who's always injured. He was injured on the Wizards. Like, what made y'all think y'all was gonna win anything?
and what was didn't they what was the series when Phoenix got their asses busted by like 40
That
in the playoff
was
game?
that Denver? I forgot what I think that was Denver they played.
Yeah, I couldn't believe like they was getting blown out by 40. And to me, that says everything that I
That,
needed to know
that was just
about.
crazy.
But that wasn't a fluke. Like there was another game in that same series
Yeah,
where they
right.
was
That
getting
they
blown
lost.
out by 30.
Yeah. No, Minnesota beat them last year. It was Minnesota.
Okay.
You know what I'm saying? And they were ready. Like Anthony Edwards was talking shit to Durant. He was like, "Yo, I'm the next nigga up. I'm ready." And they took them down. And I saw the media photo yesterday, and I'm like, they still promoting Beal and KD and Booker like they're a big three. I'm like, nobody's afraid of y'all. Y'all be
Yeah.
lucky we even finish in the 8th seed. Like they're not a big three no more.
And be like to be the big three, like each player has to be the equal of
Exactly.
the other. Like Bill is
Exactly.
not in Kevin Durant's class,
No.
much less Booker.
He never
So
was. Like
yeah,
Bill was good. He's good when he's healthy, but he not KD good. He not Booker good. He just like second tier, third tier, maybe. You know what I'm saying? But they're not a big thing anymore. They still promoting them like they're a big three. I'm like, y'all gotta be kidding me.
yeah. They they were I I think what I would like to see, you know, Katie do is also talk less on social, like maybe like maybe it's natural for him to push back publicly on social media, but what it does, man, it makes it gives KD a certain amount of of uh of energy that's counterintuitive,
Right.
because the energy that you're like the energy that it takes for you to clap back at people on social media, that's the thing you should be doing on the court versus
Exactly.
your opponents.
Exactly. You had Anthony Edwards punk you on your own home court and told you that they was gonna beat you, and that's what they did. And he was silent. I ain't hear nothing from him. A regular person on Twitter, he ready to clap back at them.
With the faceless avatar.
Yeah, and you got like burner accounts and shit. I'm like, you won 2 rings with Golden State. Why the fuck are you worried about what people say online? I don't get it.
And now that people know that you have burner accounts, the now it's going to be even 3 times as worse.
Yeah.
Because what you're going to do, you're going to keep creating burner accounts for every person
He,
that piss you off.
he wild, man. He gonna ask for another. He gonna have to ask for another trade because you're not winning nothing out there in Phoenix. And I think OKC would have been the perfect team for him to go back to, and when they're ready to win. Like you have a squad with you now.
That would be like, and also that would be like a media's wet dream, like for
Yeah.
Kevin Durant to return to the team that
Yep.
drafted
It would
him.
have been a great ending to your career. That's how you end your career. You go back to the team that drafted you. That would have been great. You know what I'm saying? He chose to stay in Phoenix, and they promoted him like a big deal. I'm like, y'all can't not be serious. Who's going to those games other than the diehard Suns fans? You know what I'm saying? Like if I was in Phoenix and I'm looking at the media picks, and I'm like, big three, y'all not even a 2.5. Big three. Who y'all
Yeah,
beating?
that's a great line. Y'all not even 2.5.
You know what I mean? Who y'all beating out there? You're not beating Dallas. You're not beating Minnesota and OKC.
You're not beating Denver.
You're not beating Denver. You're not beating. Golden State right now is better than them. You're not beating Golden State. Who you beating?
Mm-hmm.
Who y'all beating? The Kings is better than them. Who they beating? The Pelicans? I think the Pelicans better than them right now.
Yeah, I was about to say, like,
you know what I'm saying? So who they beating out there? Like the Lakers? They not beating the Lakers. You know what I'm saying? Bronny James right now could score on them. Like who are they beating them? We're not even getting.
I would take it further. I think Bronny James will give Bill the blues.
The Lakers, that's a whole other loss room because I feel like Magic said, Bronny James should have went to the G League. He's not ready, and I know somehow, some way, LeBron is going to use his power to get his son in the starting lineup, and that's when the team is going to implode. That's when you're going to hear about it. Like when they start, when the minute Bronny James starts with his father, that's when that team is going to implode, because you know it's going to happen. It's coming. It's going to happen.
If there's going to be screams of nepotism.
Yeah, it's going to happen. There's no way he bring his son to the Lakers just so his son could come off the bench. He wants to. That's when it's gonna be over for them. When Bronny James starts alongside his father, and that's what people want to see. Oh, the Bronny, little Bronny and grown Bronny started together. That's when that team is gonna implode because there's gonna be players that's gonna feel like, yo, I earned the right to start on the Lakers. How the fuck you got your son who's not ready yet starting over me? That's when that team is gonna implode, and I'm here for it. I know
and on top of that, LeBron James clearly orchestrated the hiring of JJ Redick. And JJ Redick is going to do LeBron's bidding for him.
He's going to do his bidding. He's going to whatever LeBron want, LeBron get. That's why he's there. He's not there to actually coach LeBron like how Riley did, and then him and Riley didn't get along and he wanted out of Miami. Even though Riley got you 2 rings. You know what I'm saying? Because Pat Riley wasn't afraid of him. He had the stars. He had a Magic and Worthy and Kareem. He had to deal with that 80s Lakers team. He had to come to the Knicks in the '90s and deal with all the different personalities.
And also, what Riley was enforcing is not something that is unusual. Like, no,
Mm-hmm.
you. I'm not going to give your family passes to be
Exactly.
in suites and to
Yeah.
be in the locker room. No,
Exactly.
it's a working
Yeah.
environment.
Every coach that he's had since Riley has done his bidding, and this is no different. JJ Redick is not a coach. Okay, he's like a year removed from playing. Wasn't he on the Clippers his last team, if I'm not mistaken? You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
Yeah, a year removed from playing. All of a sudden, you a coach now?
and it's one thing to draw up play. Like you remember that podcast that they had together.
Yeah.
I think it was for the love of the game or something like that. Like it's one
Mm,
thing to draw plays, on a projector or on a laptop. It's another thing to
right.
command a a team and have to manage a game
Exactly.
as it's going.
Exactly. Though some of those players on the Lakers played against JJ Redick. You know what I'm saying? Anthony Davis played against JJ Redick in the past. You know what I'm saying? LeBron played against his own coach. So now all of a sudden you're thrust into this coaching job, and you got to handle all these bougie ass NBA players living in California,
Mm-hmm.
and you gotta also be a coach of LeBron's kid. Good luck with that. I don't see him staying there past this season. I think they'll get fired at the end of the season.
Especially if the Lakers, if they're like around the 6 or 7 seed and they
Mm-hmm.
get bounced in the
Mm-hmm.
first round.
Yep.
Yeah, like JJ Redick, he's definitely going to have to be held accountable
Oh yeah.
because you can't have you cannot have LeBron on the Lakers going on for 5 seasons
Mm-hmm.
and you're and you don't get to the Western Conference Finals.
Exactly. I just think it's too much for LeBron to deal with having to be LeBron every night, and then you gotta look after you gotta make sure your son is playing right and try to coach him, even though you got a coach. But we all know that you're the coach of the Lakers. It's gonna be too much for LeBron to do.
And
I
also,
yeah.
there's going to be a game when Bronny is going to get cut.
Mm-hmm.
And what is LeBron going to say?
Exactly. Because people everybody knows nobody wants to be on that first poster where Bronny might potentially dunk on you or or
Mm-hmm.
or he shows you up. People are going to be ready for him. They're going to be ready for his son, and he is going to have to not be a father on the court. You have to be his teammate, and I think that's where the issue is gonna happen because they asked Bronny, well, what are you gonna call your father when you're on the court with him? You gonna call him dad or you gonna call him LeBron? You know what I'm saying? What are you gonna call him? You know what I mean? So
Yeah.
that I think that was a bad situation to have Bronny on the same team with his pops. And like I agree with Magic, he should have been in the G League. He's not ready. He's not ready. He didn't play good in summer league.
And,
You know.
and it seems like ownership and JJ Redick, rubber stamped Bronny to be in the starting lineup just because it's going to be it's going to be a bonanza
Yeah.
in the stands and on
Yeah.
television
It's
because
that and that is what I was talking about when the Knicks went through those bad years where it was they got sold out every night. The Lakers might be bad, but people are going to show up to those games to see Bronny play with his dad. That's what it's going to come down to. They might be already out of contention, out of the playing tournament, but people are going to still show up. All the celebrities are going to be there. Jack Nicholson and Denzel, everybody going to show up just to see LeBron and his son play. It's going to be like a nice happy ending to LeBron's career at this point because they don't have the team to beat nobody. Who are they beating? They in the same boat with Phoenix.
mm-hmm.
Who are they beating? They didn't have the money to get anybody of significance during free agency. Who are they beating?
And also
You're
another
not beating. You're not beating. They can't even beat the bottom feeders. Yet alone the top tier on teams.
and also Darvin Ham, he was made to be the scapegoat.
Yeah.
So JJ Redick he better lead this team to at
I don't,
least the Western Conference Finals,
I don't,
man.
I don't see it. I think he's just he's a sitting duck coach until
Hmm.
LeBron retires and they usher in a new era for the Lakers, and maybe at that time, maybe AD will be going too. I don't know. I know he signed a new deal with them, but I don't think AD's gonna want to stay on a rebuilding Lakers team. Maybe because if that was the case, he would have stayed with the Pelicans when they were rebuilding. You know what I'm saying?
Hmm.
He wanted out. So and especially at this point in his career, at his age, I think once LeBron and AD is gone, it's gonna be they're gonna be rebuilding.
I
You know,
also
and
think, I
uh,
also think AD, just looking at him from a distance, he doesn't seem to truly embrace LA because like if whenever LeBron retires and he becomes and he chooses to stay, he's
uh,
going to have to be the one that's going to score
right,
30 points a game. And there's been
right,
plenty of games where Antonio hasn't even scored.
right.
Like, how's that possible that somebody that good does not score a point?
And that's what he had to do with the Pelicans. It was all on him, and he couldn't do it by himself. And you're in a possible situation again where once LeBron leave, it's gonna be you. And at his age, and he breaks down easily. He might get a bump in the shoulder and he's out for a whole month.
Hmm.
You know what I'm saying? So I don't see. I think he's gonna leave with LeBron also. I don't think they're gonna leave it on him. I think he's gonna be gone, and they're gonna build that team around Bronny. They're gonna have to. If Bronny, if they see potential in Bronny, and if he's any good, you know what I'm saying? Because he might be playing in the first month, and they might be like, yo, we got to send him to the G League for a couple of seasons. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, and you know who, and and I
Okay.
was in a couple years ago,
Mm.
man, like you, like who was like I'm kind of blanking now, but remember when uh the Lakers drafted uh LeVar Ball's son,
Oh, Lonzo. Yeah, well, Lonzo's
Lonzo.
in Chicago. He's healthy finally. He's coming back.
But remember when he was first drafted
Mm.
with the Lakers, and LeVar Ball
Yeah,
was saying like he was trying to muscle himself in to
right.
the inner circle
Yeah,
of the Lakers, and they wound up having to trade Lonzo
Lonzo.
to
Yeah.
Chicago.
Mm.
I don't think Bronny is going to be a franchise player, and I
I don't
think
see it.
the Lakers going to have to make a decision
Mm-hmm.
on if he isn't good enough to sign long term. They're going to have to trade him.
And LeBron is gonna have to be cool with that though, because if they go to LeBron and they see like the first month is not working, and they send him to the G League, LeBron has to be cool with that decision. He can't try to let me use my powers to keep my son on the roster. You know
Oh,
what I'm saying?
and he's going to have to not only do that, but he has to be happy. Not be happy, but he can't give away how he truly feels about it, even behind the scenes,
Right.
because you don't think there's people in the Lakers organization that would not hesitate to
Mm-hmm.
tell ESPN insiders
Mm-hmm.
what LeBron is really
That,
saying
that that's what people are
about.
going to be waiting to hear. Like, what do the front office think about Bronny's, how he's been playing or whatever. You know what I'm saying? And remember, like, he's never let Bronny do an interview up until when he got drafted. That was like a thing that he wasn't letting Bronny do his own interviews. Now you got to, because he's your teammate on the Lakers. So it can't be no more. Oh well, I don't want him doing interviews. Now he got to do interviews and put his feet to the fire.
And if Bronny is and if Bronny is media trained, then he'll be fine.
Right.
But if he's been sheltered so much
Mm.
that he gives away, if he volunteers information that really says more about the Lakers nepotism
Right.
than previously realized, then it's going to make LeBron look like he masterminded this whole thing and
Exactly.
he's really in charge. And
Exactly.
Genie and
And
JJ Redick is
that
all.
that would be the worst way for him to go out as a Laker, because you came here in honor of Kobe, right? Kobe, you know what I'm saying? Like, you came here to the Lakers really in honor of Kobe, and he was great friends with Kobe, and after the Kobe tragedy, we knew how he felt. He wanted to get a ring for Kobe. You got the ring, even though it was during the pandemic. But if this turns out bad, the Lakers fans are going to turn on him. You know what I'm saying? Because
Mhm.
it's like you used your power to orchestrate them drafting your own son, even when a lot of the Laker legends like Magic came out and said it's not going to work. And it's almost like you held the franchise hostage when they could have used that pick on somebody that was experienced, but you wanted your son here. So he better hope it worked. That's why I'm saying it's going to be too much of a burden on him to be LeBron and then to look after his son at the same time.
And throughout the season, there's going to be a lot of media storms that he's
Yeah.
going to have to weather
Oh yeah.
because, like there's going to be, uh, and the Lakers, they're going to have a lot of nationally
It's gonna be
televised TV
crazy. Just
games.
just just wait till they gotta come to New York to play my Knicks. I can't wait. I might be at that game. I want to see that. Let's see how good your boy Bronny Jr. is when he got
Oh,
to go up against 7 foot Cole Anthony Towns.
and LeBron, he's going to, if when Bronny gets cooked, like LeBron cannot, you know, he can't switch, on Bronny's man.
Right, the defender. Yeah.
Yeah, it's going to look like,
Mm-hmm.
LeBron is trying to baby
That
Bronny.
Daddy's
Like,
here to save the day. You can't guard Anthony Edwards. Let Daddy guard him.
yeah, you gotta be baptism by fire.
Yeah.
You're gonna have to go through this, and LeBron, he can't clean up after your mess.
Facts. I agree. That's what I'm saying. I didn't think the Lakers was gonna do anything anyway. I'm like, they don't have the team to beat anybody. You know what I'm saying? And
Hmm.
and now that you have LeBron's son on the same team with him, is like, that's too much of a burden, and I could see that not ending good at all. You know what I'm saying? Unless Bronny was fooling everybody in summer league, and you're all sitting up there saying, "Oh, he can't play. Let me show you all I can play." Unless he was fooling us, but I don't think that was the case. I think he got to go to. He should have went another year at USC, at least another year.
Hmm.
You know what I'm saying? And Magic said G League. I'm like, there's good people, there's good players in the G League. He could have got cooked in the G League. You know what I'm saying? So I don't know. Right? I'm like, but I do expect. Remember, I tell you, I do expect for him to be in the starting lineup at some point, because LeBron is going to once again use his powers and hold that franchise hostage, and he's gonna say some shit like, "Yo, y'all are putting my son in the starting lineup. I don't care who got to go out. Somebody going out of this motherfucker for my son," and it's gonna happen. And you're gonna hear about it on ESPN and TNT. And we're gonna hear Bronny James is starting alongside his son, just so that he can make history and be like, "Oh, the first father and son starting in the NBA." That's what he wants. That was the whole point of him bringing his son to the Lakers, so that he can make history.
And that's
You know what I'm
what.
saying? It's not about winning. At this point, it's not about winning championships. He wants to win. You know what I'm saying? So that's what he wants to do, and I believe it's gonna happen. I believe they're gonna kick somebody out of the lineup, and they're gonna put Bronny James in, and that's when you're gonna see the real bickering start. You know what I'm saying? So
Yeah.
I can't wait to see it. I'm like, yeah, I'm loving it, man. I'm loving it. I'm glad I'm not a Lakers fan like that. We don't want no problems like that over here in New York City. We got our own issues, man.
Yeah, and I'm actually I'm actually looking forward to to the behind the scenes stuff because
Yeah,
you want to have like what's it called, I believe it's going to be like a D'Angelo Russell moment. Like, remember when he was taping in the locker room?
right.
He was taping
Mm-hmm.
on the road, and he taped something that he shouldn't have done. I believe it's going to
Right.
be. I believe it's going to be like a player on the Lakers that's fed up with Bronny and wants to
Mm-hmm.
expose this dude,
Yep.
and
Yep.
he'll film it and just give it to the media.
Yep. I think because it's gonna be hard to just for LeBron to just look at his son as, oh, that's just my teammate. That's your son that you live with. You know what I'm saying? That you see every day. It's gonna be different. Even if he try to mask it, we know it's gonna be different.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying? And if you have like low key other players on the team that feel like you're giving him special treatment, well, naturally, because that's his son, he made him. You know what I'm saying? So I want to see how he handles this. I just feel like it's too much of a burden that he put on himself to do. Like your son could have been drafted any other team, but you wanted him on your team, and I just hope he's ready for that type of scrutiny, because that's what he's gonna get.
Oh, and there's going to be a lot of of eyeballs, especially like podcasts are really big. Like there's going to be,
Mm-hmm.
uh, I'm sure there's going to be player podcasts where
I might have to do a live stream just to talk about Bronny James' first game. You know what I'm saying? I just want to see.
yeah,
I'm just curious to see what kind of points he, and if he ends up with any points at all. Like, will he have like 2 points and like 4 rebounds or something? I might have to do a live stream about that.
but the defense is going to be really tight on Bronny because whoever is guarding Bronny does not want to be the player
Right.
that Bronny scores against.
Facts. Facts. I don't know.
Even
Do they put him
even
in
if he has to
garbage
be,
time? Do you want to put him in garbage time and LeBron gets to play with him in garbage time? I don't know.
but would he be playing during garbage time, LeBron?
Well, I mean, he might have to, because if that's the only time, if they're trying to win
Hmm.
and have a respectable record,
That would
and
look terrible. That would look even
I know,
worse.
but he's not ready. Magic came out and said he's not ready. He's not ready to be in the NBA. They might have to put him in like the last 2 minutes of the game when they're winning. Maybe they're playing like San Antonio, and they're winning up by like 20 or something. And then LeBron might have to go in there and play with him in garbage time, because that might be the only time you get to play alongside your son. You know what I'm saying? Because you're not going to put him in a tie game with Denver. Who he guarding
Oh
on
hell
Denver?
no.
Who he guarding on Denver? Not Russell Westbrook, not Jamal Murray. Who he guarding? You know what I'm
Yeah.
saying? So it's like the garbage time might be the only time you get to see him.
Now, if LeBron does go in garbage time, that's that he's definitely going to get a lot of well deserved criticism
Yeah,
for pretty much trying to shield. Like he's not like Bronny isn't good enough to play in high pressurized situations.
right.
So you have to play with Bronny when the game is well put away. But if you play in
Yeah,
garbage time, what if you get what if LeBron gets injured? So
that's another thing.
you get
That's I
injured.
was thinking about that. I'm like, because if Braun gets injured and his son is left to actually play on his own, maybe that helps him. I don't know. I just feel like it's gonna be too much media coverage just from them going to different arenas, and
Mhm.
then going to be on prime time. They're gonna have to play the Celtics because that's the rivalry. You're gonna have to play Golden State and teams like that. When they come to New York, that's gonna be a big thing. And is Bronny, not even Bronny, but how is LeBron gonna deal with all of that media attention on his son? You know what I'm saying? Especially if they losing. If they losing, and then you gotta hear on a nightly basis, oh, the Lakers losing. What is the situation with Bronny? You know what I'm saying? Like how is he gonna be able to deal with that?
Oh, and don't rule anything out, but man, players. Another component to look at is that uh, when the Lakers play, throughout the season,
Mm-hmm.
Bronny's going to come across a lot of trash talkers, and
Yep. Yep.
they may bring up Savannah,
Mm-hmm. His
and they
mom.
may try to get in Bronny's head. Like
Mm-hmm.
If Bronny can take trash talking, then I'm sure I don't know if LeBron is going to try to fight Bronny's battles and trash talk.
I don't that's even worse. I don't think I never seen him do no trash talking. I don't think they even allow that type of trash talking to go on in NCAA. So, but you in the NBA now, you're a millionaire now, and you like the child of a future Hall of Famer with LeBron James. So that's another thing. Like LeBron can't be fighting your battles for you. You know what I'm saying? If Russell
Mm-hmm.
Westbrook get up in your face, what you gonna do? You know what I'm saying? So it's like if when they play Milwaukee, Dame Dollar talks a lot of shit. If Dame Dollar talks shit to Bronny James, what LeBron is gonna step in for him? He got to fight his own battles.
Oh, and you mentioned Russell Westbrook. Like, you don't think Russell Westbrook
Yeah.
don't harbor
Or
some resentment
or
to
or
LeBron?
Patrick Beverly. Patrick Beverly talks a lot of shit.
Mm-hmm. Oh,
Is he ready for Patrick Beverly? He ain't ready for him.
oh, and Patrick Beverly, like he'll be no holds barred. He's going to
Yeah,
talk shit
exactly.
about.
He would go for his parents and everything. How is
And,
how is he gonna handle that? Because if you don't handle it right, you're looking at Bronny Jr.'s first suspension. You know, you know what I'm saying? So,
yo, that like when the game that uh Bronny draws a suspension is going to be on CNN. It's going to be on NBC. It's going
that's
to
gonna be
be on
funny.
TMZ.
Who's paying that fine? Is LeBron paying it, or that's coming out of the trust fund for Bronny? You know what I'm saying? Like
Yeah,
that's what I'm saying. Just us talking about it now, I'm like, yo, it's weight. LeBron put that burden on himself, and he really didn't need to. You know what I'm saying? He could have let another team draft his son and let them deal with the rookie. But now you on your way out of the league, and you got to deal with your rookie who's also your son. So
and
that's they need to
and
make a reality show out of that. I want to see like behind the scenes footage of his first night playing.
you don't think Savannah would be at the at
Oh yeah, she
Laker
gonna be there, but
games?
but it's like, but again, you the mother and you the wife. She can't jump in. She can't jump in the game for him. You know what I'm saying? So
And you gonna have you gonna have the TV cameras panning right at Savannah
mhm,
to every
yeah,
Bronny miss.
yeah, they're gonna show that. They'll probably show the grandmother at the game, LeBron's mom. Bryce. They'll show the other brother that actually got game. They'll show Bryce at the game. You know, they'll show the little sister. You know what I'm saying? But this is shit that he's gonna have to deal with for the rest of his career.
As long as LeBron is playing, it's gonna be like an active soap
Right.
opera.
Right. And when he's not playing, how is Bronny gonna handle that? When he's not when his father's not playing no more. You
Hmm.
know what I'm saying? So just thinking about all this shit, I'm like, man, LeBron, you really know how to pick him. Like I wouldn't have even got involved in that. I would have just let somebody else draft his son. But because he wanted to be the first, he wanted to. Now you got your wish. Now you gotta deal with the scrutiny that come along with it. Because you got Magic. He ain't answer Magic yet. You got Laker legends coming out saying that your son ain't ready. How you respond to that, LeBron? You know what I'm saying? So, and that's
Yeah.
gonna be all season. They might ask James Worthy. James, what do you think about Bronny Jr.? Should he be playing right now, or Michael Thompson? Michael Thompson, what do you think about Bronny James or AC Green? All the Lakers legends gonna start coming out and saying something.
Oh, and James Worthy, like I've seen him, on Laker posts game
Mm.
shows, like he does not bite his tongue at
It does. He
all.
doesn't. He doesn't. And he would tell you like Bronny should have never been drafted. You know what I'm saying? They made a mistake. They wasted a draft pick on LeBron's son. That's how I looked at it. Like you could have gotten any other player. You got LeBron James. He didn't even he wasn't even in the G League. He needs to be in the G. I don't even think he should be in the G League. He needs to another season or two at USC. You know what I'm
But
saying?
but
But you know,
I, I wonder is Bron going to get tight if James Worthy says something critical about Bronny? Will he be passive
well, I mean,
aggressive? And
Magic already came out and said a couple of days ago that Bronny's not ready. He should have been in the G League. I didn't hear LeBron say anything about that.
no, yeah. So in that case, like I wonder is LeBron not going to speak to Magic anymore? Is he going to hold it
Oh,
against
but
Magic?
I mean, if you have somebody like if Shaq come out and say like Shaq TNT last season with that whole group, right? You know they're gonna
Hmm.
show Laker games. If Shaq come out and say Bronny ain't ready, he gonna get mad at Shaq.
He might get mad. He's going to get mad at Shaq, but he's not going to be. He's not going to verbalize it. like he'll probably
I wouldn't say nothing. I wouldn't
like
say
like
nothing.
like like,
Even
like
if it
he'll
was
probably
Kobe, if Kobe was still alive and he even said Bronny ain't ready, you're not gonna say nothing to Kobe because you're the reason why Kobe's the reason why you a Laker right now.
or I'm sure LeBron he'll get upset.
I,
But my point is
I
LeBron won't say it
would
publicly. He won't
just
say it to
put my head
Shaq's
down
face.
and Bronny play. I wouldn't say nothing. I would just ignore it and focus on the Lakers season and focus on having Bronny Jr. play the NBA game. I wouldn't say nothing because knowing LeBron, he will. They're going to ask him in the conference, and then what is he going to say when the reporters ask you? You going to say no comment or you going to say something?
Well, saying no comment is pretty much
It's
giving
ignoring
you.
it though. It's ignoring it because you're not saying nothing where they can take the clip and then it's all over the internet.
But what's going to happen? Even when you say no comment, is going to make reporters even more inquisitive.
Well, when they okay, let's say they ask him if Bronny have a bad night or he have a lot of bad nights, and they ask LeBron, what is he gonna say? Are you gonna say no comment, or you gonna actually tell them from a dad standpoint how you felt your kid played tonight?
Or what reporters will do, they'll ask people around LeBron, how does LeBron really feel? They're going to ask. They're going to ask the janitor. They're going to ask the chef. They're going to ask the
Oh,
trainer.
man. I would say no comment. If I was everybody in the team, if the coach needs to have a speech with them before the season start. If they ask you about Bronny, you say no comment, nothing. Don't give them no sound bites so that they could post up on social media because that's what's gonna happen.
I don't think that would work though.
I know because it's somebody gonna say shit. Somebody gonna say something. They're gonna
But
get
but but, but
frustrated.
see, but see, the problem is LeBron. He's great, but he's not great enough to tell grown men what they can and cannot say. Like this ain't LeBron could have said that when he was in Miami,
Right.
maybe Cleveland, but not when LeBron is at it was when he's in the twilight of his career. And especially if when players harbor resentment towards Bronny for taking up a starting spot from another player that's more deserving of it,
Right.
they're gonna be like there's gonna be players that's gonna be like
He,
kiss my ass.
he gonna have to pay them under the table like, yo, here's an extra 50 G's. Don't say nothing. The reporters are gonna go to the other team now. They're gonna ask Russell Westbrook and Patrick Beverly, what did you think about Bronny James tonight? What is he ready for the NBA? And that's what you're gonna hear Patrick Beverly tell the real.
Oh, and Patrick Beverly, he's been on ESPN
Yeah,
plenty of times, so it
yeah,
would be nothing for him to appear on First Take
right.
and talk about his shit talking to Bronny.
That's what we expect opening night. I forgot what he played opening night, but after that game, the next morning, that's gonna be the talk. Oh, How much did Bronny James score? Did he score anything? Was he good? Was he bad? They're not even gonna focus on the Lakers game. They just want to see how Bronny James play, if he should play.
And another thing to consider is how many minutes will he get, even as a
Right,
starter,
right.
because I don't think he'll even get like 20 minutes.
Nah.
He'll probably get like 15 minutes at most.
I'm just curious to see the Lakers schedule. I want to see who they playing opening night. They got what they got opening night? They got the Spurs. Is that right? The Spurs? No, I think they got the Raptors. I forgot. Okay. I think opening night start on Halloween Eve, October 30th. They got the Cavs, but I don't know if that's a preseason game or not. Um, I see preseason games here, but it's not telling me the actual opening. They got Minnesota November 4th. I mean, no, not November 4th. Um, damn, it's not telling me like the actual home open. They got preseason games on this schedule.
Hmm.
But they're gonna have somebody. I just want to see who they playing, man, because that's gonna be some shit. You know what I'm saying? I might have to come back on here and be like, yo, we got to talk about Bronny James' terrible game last night. You know,
let me
Makai
try to see
said,
if I can find it.
okay, Makai said, why did we let go? The thing is, Hardenstein wanted like, I think like close to 100 million, and the Knicks was like, we're not paying you that. And then he ended up going to OKC, and they gave him like 85 million. But I think that was a good addition for OKC. Like, we should have kept Hardenstein though. I think he was great for us when Mitch was down and Randall was out. But we got Cat. I'm loving it. I don't know what they're gonna do with Mitch. If for me, I would have Mitch come off the bench because our bench. I'm looking at our bench. We got Jericho Sims that don't get no minutes. He needs to be played more. This season. Um, if they keep Mitch, I think he's gonna come off the bench. But then there's situations where in the fourth quarter, if you have a close game, you can have Mitch and Cat play. You can have move Cat to the 4, and then you can have Mitch play the 5. I don't know if they're gonna do that because they're talking about trading him now. If they trade him, they gotta get somebody good. They gotta get somebody young, somebody that I would like for them to have a jump shot too. Somebody that can protect the rim. You know what I'm saying? But I don't know who they have in mind to to trade for Mitch. You know. Did you find the game yet?
Oh, I'm still looking. Like
Yeah,
we got
they
nothing
got
but preseason games.
they got preseason
Oh,
games in there. Yeah.
oh yeah, see, regular season. The first game is on Tuesday, October 22nd against the Minnesota Timberwolves.
Oh man, yeah,
It's
that's
going
a
to be on
loss.
TNT.
That's a loss. Ain't no way. You're not putting Bonnie James in those serious minutes for that game.
Oh,
Ain't no
and it's
way.
on TNT. Oh
And it's on TNT
my!
too. Oh yeah.
Inside the
Oh yeah. They
NBA.
you already know Barkley gonna have jokes. Sack gonna have jokes. They gonna cook Bronny. Like nah. I would sit him out for that game. I wouldn't even start playing him in that game. Wouldn't even play him in that game. Play him. I know they got San Antonio one of those upcoming games. Play him in that game.
Even though they playing at home.
Yeah. I would have San Antonio like start playing in that San Antonio game because Minnesota out for blood. After what happened last season, I wouldn't put him in that game at all.
But the Lakers
Hell no.
play San
Unless it's a
Antonio.
blowout game.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Oh, the
Unless
Lakers
it's a
play.
blowout game in Minnesota. Yeah.
Oh, I was going to say the Lakers play San Antonio on November 15th.
Yeah, I would put him in that game, like games like that. Like, but the first game of the season against Minnesota, nope. Blown up by like 50, I would put him in the
Mhm.
garbage minutes, and then you have LeBron come on for like. I mean, I don't know if LeBron gonna do that. I'm seeing like right now is he playing garbage minutes because you're not gonna put him in no serious game. What is he gonna do? You know what I'm saying? So
Yeah.
if they getting blown up by Minnesota, I have him play like the garbage minutes and have LeBron come in for like maybe 2-3 plays. Oh look, the historic moment people been wanting LeBron and his son, and then you get him out of the game. You know, don't get LeBron in because LeBron is getting older. Like don't get LeBron injured. Have him do like a pass to his son or something, and he shoot it, and you know what I mean? Because it's like they gotta be realistic. It's like if you're trying to win, also you can't win with Bronny right now in the lineup.
But
So
see, like if LeBron goes in the game in garbage time with Bronny, and
mm,
say LeBron tries to do like an alley oop, man,
right,
Minnesota's gonna break
but
that
that's what
shit.
I'm saying. I'm like, don't do no alley oop. Just throw him the ball, let him shoot a three, and then you get out the game. That was the moment that fans came to see. We don't
Oh, I
need
see what you're
LeBron
saying.
injuring his ankle the first night of the new season.
Or better yet, like I'm glad you mentioned that because I was thinking
Mm,
like if LeBron tries to do like an alley oop to Bronny, man,
right.
they're gonna closesline Bronny,
Exactly. That's
put him on
that's
his
what I'm saying. I'm
ass.
like, don't throw no alley oop to him and you try to embarrass some veteran like because it's not gonna happen. You know what I'm saying? You throw the ball to him, let him shoot a jumper or 3-pointer, and then you leave the game. That's how I
and
would
then
do it.
LeBron he could walk back,
Right.
to the bench, you know.
Exactly. You got the moment. Everybody lives to play another game because if he try to do something, because I'm thinking that too. Like if he try to do some alley oop and try to shit on some veteran, they're gonna clothesline that nigga. You know what I'm
And
saying? It's like
it, yo, and to me, like part of me wants that to happen because it would be like it would be a reminder of of the choice that LeBron could have made. Like he didn't have to
no, I
have.
don't. I don't want to see that. I don't want to see that poor kid get injured on opening night though. That would be bad. That would be
That
bad.
that would be like, that would be a uh like a golden opportunity for Barney to learn the hard way. Like
I don't
this
want to
is
see that happen, bro.
like you're
Not
playing.
opening night, man. It's opening night. You want to see him injured for the rest of the season?
Oh, it's a long season. He'll be back, like he'll be back by
Oh
All-Star
damn.
break.
Oh no. I don't want to see that. Right? Just give him because I know LeBron gonna do some shit like that. That's why I'm like that. That's not far fetched. I know LeBron gonna showboat and he gonna do some stupid shit that he shouldn't have did. You know what I'm saying? I'm like, yo, go in the game, garbage time. You're losing by 40 to Minnesota. Throw your son a pass and let him shoot a jumper or a 3-pointer, and then you leave the game. That's how everybody live to see the next night to play, and you go from there. Don't try to do no stupid alley oop in it because it's gonna end bad for Bronny. I already see it happening. And you know that would be even worse if he try to do that and then Bronny's out for like a longest extended period on opening night. You did this shit like it wasn't needed.
Oh, and just imagine the kind of um, uh, uh, dissertations on sports shows that's going to be had if that happens. Like you're going to have like debates,
No,
like
that would be bad. I don't.
should
I don't want to
LeBron
see that.
have try to
I don't want to see
alley
that.
oop Bronny a layup.
No, because you can have like ESPN is gonna have a field day with it, and Craig Carton is gonna have a field day with it. All the media outlets gonna have a field day with that. I don't want to see that. You know what I'm saying? That's the only way I'm seeing Bronny come into the games. It got to be garbage time because if you're in a close game with Golden State or Denver, I'm not putting them in that game.
Oh, and Shannon Sharp, he would be beside himself.
Yeah.
He will be like, "Damn, man."
Oh man. I'm like, no, you going in garbage minutes, Bronny. That's the only way they're gonna see you. 2 minutes left or a minute left, and they losing by 50. That's the only way they seeing you. You're not going in no serious game if we trying to win the game. It ain't gonna work.
But you know what? Another thing, like if during garbage time, Barney gets in the game, I could totally see them. I could totally see the Lakers freezing Bronny out just to be an asshole. Like,
we're not
don't
passing
pass
him the
to
ball.
Bronny at all.
No, we're not passing him the ball. You're just gonna shoot an air ball. We're gonna lose the game.
Exactly.
Yeah. I don't know because if LeBron
that
on
would
the court, LeBron
be quite a
definitely
big story.
If he's on the court with LeBron is either gonna take the shot or he's passing it to him. He ain't passing it to somebody else.
Oh,
because if he don't pass it to his son, the media gonna have a field day with that too. Like, oh, LeBron don't have no faith in his son. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And then they're gonna wait to ask him after the game. So LeBron, why didn't you pass to your son when you had like a 1 second left on the clock? How does he answer that?
Now, if it's an inbound situation where the defense has a chance to deny the entry,
that's different because if it's but if it's inbound,
LeBron has to pass to somebody else.
If it's inbound, pass to somebody else. Like D'Angelo Russell is open, pass it to him or AD. Don't take the shot yourself. You know what I'm saying?
But then again, like I believe if in that, let's say in that situation, LeBron has to pass to somebody else. If they don't pass right back to Bronny, I can see LeBron just airing out, not airing out in the media, but just barking on that person
right
behind closed doors.
Right. Why my son was open? Why you because he can't shoot? Why am I passing to him? He can't shoot. Stevie Wonder could shoot compared to him.
And that's going to be the $1 million question. Can LeBron hide his nepotism? And I don't think he can.
Nope.
Because I think he's putting too much. He's used his influence too much.
Yeah.
To not do it.
Exactly. And when you have veterans like AD and D'Angelo Russell playing, they're not going to defer to Bronny. Especially if they know they could take the shot and make it.
Exactly.
You know what I'm saying? So LeBron got to just suck it up and be like, "Yo, I'm one of the team members. I'm not a dad looking at his son play. I'm just one of the teammates." That's the mentality you have to go in, and it's gonna be hard for him to do.
And Bronny's going to, during post-game press conferences, like, how are you going to refer to his father?
Exactly. What are you calling your father? Are you calling him dad or are you calling him LeBron?
He calls him Mr. James.
I still want to hear that. I hope they have them mic'd up for that game. I want to hear what he calls LeBron. Is you calling him Bron or you calling him dad? What you calling him? Mr. James? That's kind of awkward too. Like you're calling your dad Mr. James. Like what?
Yo, that's like some rookie like some rookie what's that when you're in college, rookie hazing.
Rookie hazing? The hazing?
Yeah. That's what you do to rookies.
Yeah, that's another thing, because when the rookies come in, they gotta carry like the everybody's bag. They gotta get food for them. He ain't doing that shit.
Oh no.
Bronny is not gonna be carrying nobody's bag and getting food for them. He ain't doing that shit. You know what I'm saying? So I want to see how the team acts around him. Are they gonna act differently, or are they gonna be their self and he gotta adapt to them?
Especially like during certain NBA events, not particularly basketball games, but like if they have to do like public appearances, like around
like hospitals and stuff.
Yeah, because
Yeah, that I
like,
think that's when you see him. You'll see him like helping it in the community and all that.
but
They're gonna have
but
to because if he ain't getting no playing time, you're gonna want to see him. So they're gonna have to like let's do the charity events for the kids and build schools and stuff and All-Star weekend. That's when you'll see him.
because you can't, because from what to when he was in the G League, man, to see him get badly cooked where he was
Yeah,
players was blowing by him, like
it was crazy.
he's definitely going to have have thick skin because
Yeah,
he
for
not
sure.
only that, but he's going to hear players and
Hmm.
commentators talk about him
Yep,
in ways that he is not going to
yep.
appreciate.
And if I was his dad and his mom, I would tell him stay off of social media. Do not
And
go on Twitter.
don't look at the TV.
Exactly. Stay. Don't look at ESPN. Don't look at the sports outlets, and stay off of Twitter and Instagram because they're going to cook you. I'm telling you already. Even before you pick up the ball, they're going to cook you.
And the way
You know.
and the way uh Kendrick Perkins talk,
Yeah.
like on First Take, man, like Kendrick Perkins, he's like an X factor because like
Yeah.
he could be like he protects certain players, but he'll say some things about a player to show that he's not completely biased,
Right.
and because him and LeBron is pretty tight, Kendrick he's going to have to say
Yeah.
something critical, but
Uh-huh.
Kendrick is not very witty. He's not very
He's not. He's not.
smart. So he's going to try and pull punches, but
Uh-huh.
for Kendrick, pulling a punch is really going to be a a punch to the jaw for Bronny, especially
Crazy.
especially when people know that he's not a good shooter, he's not a good
Right.
defender.
Right. Yeah. I don't know, man. I'm interested in. I hope they do like a behind the scenes documentary about it, like during the season or something, just to watch it. You know.
Like like on NBA TV.
Yeah, like on Netflix. They got a Netflix starting five documentary coming. If it's not out yet. About with LeBron. They follow LeBron around and Anthony Edwards during the season, no, last season. So I hope they do something like that where it's like, Bronny's own documentary and what it was like from draft night to his first night in the NBA and all that.
The only thing that I would be uh, weary of
Um,
is like I wonder who is going to have final editing. Like what like if LeBron is the executive producer,
right, yeah,
all
Braun
of the good
Braun
stuff is not
Network
going
and
to
all
be.
that.
If he's the executive producer, all of the good stuff is going to be left on the cutting
Yeah.
room
Yeah,
floor.
you gotta edit that part out where we arguing. I don't want people to see that.
Yeah,
But
like where Bronny's getting cooked, and I'm just looking, and I'm guarding my man, but I can't
right.
abandon my man to help
He
Bronny out.
he
Don't
he he
show
threw
that
a,
part,
he threw a towel at him. Don't call me dad. He threw a towel at him in the locker room or some shit. Oh man.
especially like when Bronny's being trash talked,
Yeah.
like LeBron like biting his tongue, wanting to
Hmm.
defend his kid,
Right.
but you gotta let his son be a man.
Exactly. You know. I mean that I'm ready for it, man. I'm ready for the NBA season and NFL seasons in full swing and baseball season. Hopefully my Mets could win the next game. They lost tonight. We'll take that because we split it right now. They got to take the next game. Yankees are playing Kansas City next. Hopefully the Yankees got home field. Hopefully we could beat them. And Detroit is taking on the Guardians. I'm gonna watch that. I know you're gonna be ready for that.
Yep,
You
that's on
know,
Saturday. It
yes.
say we had another early game. Like
Right.
Like the way that Major League Baseball has scheduled the
Mm.
postseason, like the Tigers are going to be the first game of each
Nice.
round,
Hmm.
and
That's good.
and uh, I actually kind of like it because it kind of it kind of gets all of the jitters out. Like there was like I was watching the game
Hmm.
earlier in eighth inning when we lost the lead. I was having
Right.
damn near heart palpitations. So now that we won, now I can just relax.
Right. Yeah. That's great, man. Hey, at least you got a winning football team and a winning baseball team. We only got a winning baseball team here, so you know what I mean. We'll see what
Man,
happens.
man, like if the God willing, if the Pistons have a winning season, I just
Hey,
might go back to church.
you never know. You never know. I've seen. Hey, we've seen the Commanders in first place in the NFC East. I never thought I would see that. So anything happen in the NBA, you know what I mean. But we definitely gonna come back and talk about NBA season starts. I love these sports
Hmm.
conversations that we have here, and it was great to have you here. What you got coming up before we go? Let the people know where they can find you at.
Oh, you can always find me at on Instagram, RAKABASH. Uh, I'm not really on Twitter. I haven't been on Twitter in more than 6 months.
Oh wow.
Um, and seeing where Twitter is going,
Hmm.
I may not. I probably. I don't know if I want to go back,
Yeah,
considering the owner of Twitter is
Elon.
yeah.
Yeah,
So
crazy.
I'm trying to find other platforms where I can hold uh debates where like I use Twitter Space to
Right,
hold hip hop debates, but I'm looking for alternatives now.
right.
You
Have
know,
you thought about making like a YouTube channel?
um, I haven't, but I should.
Yeah.
Uh, yeah.
I got the homie Ray Lansky. You know, he made his YouTube channel last week. We tried to get on live stream, but he was having issues with it, like trying to learn it. But I think he's supposed to go live tomorrow night. He said he wanted to go live tomorrow night. I don't know if he's still doing it, but you know, we had a talk and he decided to make a YouTube channel, and you know, hopefully he could go live again, and you know what I'm saying? I think you definitely need to have a YouTube channel.
Yeah, I'm always. That's definitely uh, something I'm definitely interested in. I'm
Yeah.
always a late adapter to technology.
Uh-huh.
Like I'm always like I still got an Android. You
Hey,
know, like
we a lot some of us still got Androids. We don't fuck with some people don't like the iPhones or whatever. You
yeah,
know, I get it. You know what I mean? And I think you would be perfect for YouTube. You have the knowledge and you would definitely have the audience. You know.
yeah. Like I was late to iTunes.
Mm,
Late to Spotify. Like
right.
like I like the way like technology and its advancements.
Yeah.
I've been slow to adopt only because I'm so used to uh, using certain uh, technologies and products,
Right.
and it's kind of it's kind. I don't know if it's laziness
Hmm.
or I'm just too set in my ways to move up the speed. But yeah,
Right.
YouTube is definitely something I would
Oh yeah.
definitely look into,
Definitely. Definitely. That's
and
great.
and right now, uh, I'm definitely. I really haven't. Uh, I really haven't like before this. I had like a solo podcast, but
Yeah.
it was tough because if you don't have anybody to talk to, it just
Right.
feels like you're talking to yourself. And I liked the interactive nature of Twitter
Right.
Space.
Hmm.
So for the time being, you can catch me on IG
Yeah.
at Rakabash, RAKABASH. Uh, and
Hey,
yeah.
if you start your podcast on YouTube, I'll gladly join too, man. So these conversations are always great.
Oh, absolutely, man.
You know what I mean?
You'll definitely be the first person to reach out to.
Cool, dope. That's what it's about anyway. So, thank you to everybody that showed up. Makai, I ain't seen Makai in a minute, man. Damn. Thank you, Makai, and I saw Mike in here and Sam, and I got some stuff coming up for Halloween month. Doing some Halloween reviews on here. I know Mike is gonna join us for one of them, and I got some other stuff that I'm doing as well. That's gonna be on here this month. So I want to finish the last 3 months of the year strong on here. So it's been a while since I was like actively doing it, but I've been on everybody else's platform. But I'm gonna finish the end of the year strong on here and bring some content for the last 3 months. So thank you, Raka, for this and just talking sports, NFL and NBA and baseball, and we're gonna do this on a regular. Like every month, I want to have like a discussion like this about sports. I love sports, and it's great right now. We got baseball playoffs, we got NFL season, we got NBA coming up, so I can't wait. So thank you again, Rocco. Appreciate it.
And by the way,
Yeah.
I wish the New York Jets were not the Minnesota Vikings' next opponent because the Jets have no chance of beating the Vikings. And as a Lions fan, I don't I don't know when we play the Vikings,
Mm.
but I want the Vikings to lose. Just number one, just just so we can kill uh, the the buzz around the NFL. Just to get rid of that energy that the Chiefs and the Vikings are the only two
Mm.
undefeated teams left in the season.
Right.
I want both of these teams to get a loss, but I know it's going to. I know for Minnesota, it ain't going to come against the Jets, and I don't know
Mm.
who the Chiefs
I
play,
don't
but
know. So do you think Darno gets his revenge on his old team?
yeah,
Oh wow.
absolutely, man. Like now if you look at if the Jets struggle to score a touchdown at all,
Mm-hmm.
just imagine
There's something wrong.
the Jets offense trying to score on the Vikings defense.
Oh man,
And
that would be something.
and even with Aaron Rodgers, like Aaron Rodgers, he's great, but now to me, just the way he's playing, he seems like a relic.
Yeah. I don't know. I mean, it's still a lot of football to be played. If the Justice or the Vikings, they in trouble. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
The Lions got the Cowboys, and then on October 20th they got the Vikings. But that's when you'll be playing them.
man, like I want to knock off the Vikings so bad because number
Mm,
one, it's the two best teams in the NFC North, but
right.
also for the Lions to have a chance to win the NFC North, we have to knock off the Vikings.
Yeah, man. That's gonna be. I don't see the Vikings being undefeated. I think they're gonna lose at some point. They've been lucky the first couple 4 weeks, but that Cinderella story got to come to the end at some point.
Exactly.
I want to see where they lose to. Like I said, like if the Jets lose to them, they in trouble because you can't lose to Sam Darnold. Darnold who played like crap here, y'all can't lose to him. And I'm gonna watch that game. I want to see how Aaron Rodgers do it. Hopefully he's healthy because he didn't look healthy in that Denver game. But you
But
know,
even though Aaron Rodgers is clearly the better quarterback,
mm,
the teams are so imbalanced though.
right,
It's like I would love nothing more for the Vikings to lose, but
man,
like
that would be
I did not see Sam Darnold dealing like he's been dealing.
yeah. He been good. The deep credit to their defense, and they got a Pro Bowl receiver with Justin Jefferson. So
And don't
you
forget
know,
Jordan Addison as
and
well.
Jordan Addison came back from injury. He's been good. Yeah. So they're gonna be a tough route for the Jets. I hope they're ready.
And they
You
play
know,
in London.
that's right. That's in London. That's right. That's right. Damn, it's overseas at that. That's like a 9 a.m. game.
Yeah.
Oh man,
Either 9 a.m. or 10 a.m.
Jesus. Yeah, I'm gonna definitely watch that and see, and hopefully it's a good game.
So
You
so
know,
where you think Devontae Adams is going to land?
I think he's gonna come to the Jets. I don't know the connection with the Saints though. What? Because the Saints is on his list too.
Uh,
I don't know the
I think
connection with New Orleans.
either Derek Carr.
That maybe Derek Carr, maybe he played with him in college or something. I don't know. But he had the Saints on the list. He had the Bills. Will they take a chance? I don't think they're gonna take a chance on another big name receiver. After Diggs, I think Josh Allen is good on that. The Chiefs
You
need a
think
receiver.
you think it would be like deja vu to get
Yeah, I mean,
Devontae
I mean, he,
Adams?
he's not. He don't act like Diggs as far as I know. But I think they're set with who they have. You know what I'm saying? The Chiefs need a receiver. I don't know if they're gonna actually spend money to get Adams. You know, I saw the Giants on that list too. I'm like, the Giants don't need him. Okay, first I'm like that. If we could barely score 20 points. What is Devontae Adams gonna do on our team?
I wouldn't even want that for Devontae
Yeah,
Adams.
it's like, and who we giving up for Adams? I'm like, the offensive line is garbage. I'm like, who we giving up? Somebody on the defense?
He's going to wind up asking for a trade before the season is over.
Yeah, I'm like, I hope that's not true. I don't see why the Giants would try to go get him for what. We're not going anywhere. It's like Devontae Adams don't have us be winning the NFC East. So like to me it makes more sense with him to be on the Jets, because then you have another dynamic receiver on the other side of the field with Garrett Wilson. You know what I mean? And that takes pressure off of Garrett Wilson. But if it's not the Jets and he had the Saints on there, I don't know. I don't know who goes after him. You
because
know?
because you have to consider, if you bring Devontae Adams on, is there a chance that his
Mhm.
presence might upset the apple cart? Like, in
Right.
other
I mean,
words,
the Steelers. Does he fit on the Steelers with what's the name, Justin Fields? I mean, if Justin Fields is going to be your QB for the rest of the season, I still feel like Russell Wilson is going to end up playing at some point. I don't know. The
but if
Steelers,
Russell Wilson,
huh?
if Russell Wilson takes over the reins from Justin Fields, Russell Wilson doesn't really push the ball downfield, which
Right,
is which is the reason why you would bring Devontae Adams to the Steelers in the first place.
right. I mean, yeah. But does that make them? Does that make them the contenders to win that division, though?
I I don't think so, because I think their ground to me I think their ground game is actually pretty good.
Hmm.
Like they've, especially with Mike Tomlin, since
Right.
he's been there, he's always made it a concerted effort to
Yeah.
establish the run game, and he doesn't. Justin Fields doesn't really use a lot of play action to justify
Hmm.
Devontae Adams being there.
Hmm. I don't
So
know.
I I don't see. I mean, other than the Jets, I
The
can't think of.
Cowboys. You put them on the Cowboys. How good? How better are they?
They wouldn't be no different than they are now.
Right. They running game is still crappy. So So you have CD Lamb on one side and Adams, and that's what you have to depend on as your offense.
And you
You
can
know,
easily press them at the line of scrimmage, especially CeeDee
right,
Lamb. Like Devontae Adams, he's tougher than CeeDee Lamb,
right.
but your running game is non-existent.
No,
So there's no fear of of really the Cowboys really uh, scoring at all.
I think he would have a terrible time in Dallas. I don't want him signing in Dallas. I think he would regret that decision. That go where you know you can win at. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
Go away. If it's Kansas City, if Kansas City want to take a chance, you could win in Kansas City. You could go to Super Bowl with Kansas City. With the Jets, you could win with the Jets as long as Aaron is healthy. That's the main question. But him going to the Cowboys, he ain't gonna win with the Cowboys. The Steelers is like, even if you go to the Steelers, I don't even think they'll be the front runners to win that division though. You know,
yeah.
so I don't know. The Saints, if you go to the Saints, are they winning the NFC South?
Well, you got
You know,
well Tampa Bay Buccaneers are better than the
right?
Saints.
The Bucks are good. The Atlanta people picking them. I don't know. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
So I feel like it's either the Jets or Kansas City. You know what I'm saying? I don't know about the New Orleans and all these other teams they mentioned. Definitely
at
not the
least with
Giants. I don't know why they won that list.
at least with Kansas City, there's stable leadership with
Yes,
Andy Reid.
right. And they had no receiver last year and still went to the Super Bowl and won. So imagine what you could do with Devontae Adams and Kelsey together. Man,
Hmm. And then
that's
you got
that's
you got Xavier Worthy
right. Xavier Worthy.
at
That's
the
right. The
X,
rookie. Yeah, yeah. I if,
and then
if they get
you could
him
put Devontae Adams. You could put Devontae Adams in motion.
right, they
Pre
get
snap.
Devontae Adams. They going to the Super Bowl again. So you
Yeah.
know what I mean? I don't know, but I mean we
So
gonna
me,
see.
I will.
Uh,
I would like in for me, I would rather see Devontae go to the Jets because
yeah,
if he goes to the Chiefs, they'll be bigger perennial contenders than they already are.
right.
To me, it look like the Jets still got to contend with the Bills.
Yeah, I think him and Rogers have unfinished business. I think he really wants to link up with him again and play and show this team how to win.
I think Aaron Rodgers. I think they both need each other because Aaron
Yeah,
Rodgers sees that he doesn't have a true number one wide receiver,
right.
and
But he has Garrett Wilson. He is a number one. It's just that they haven't played with each other, so it's like they still learning each other.
yeah, that's true.
You know what I'm saying? Because last year Aaron goes down. They had Zach Wilson. Zach Wilson was thrown to Garrett Wilson, but Zach Wilson is in Denver now. So it's like they have to work out the kinks, and you can't do that in over the summer, and that's it.
And
You know what I'm saying?
That's another reason why that loss is so inexplicable. Is
Right.
because Zach
Exactly.
Wilson
Exactly.
was
You know what I'm
pretty
saying?
like Zach Wilson was terrible,
Mm-hmm.
and man,
Yeah.
like and that was a Zach Wilson kind of score.
Yeah. It was. It was. And the defense had to bail him out a lot of those games last season because he played like crap. He didn't want to throw it down the field.
And I remember that post game he did where he was
Mhm.
asked, "Do you think you could have played better than you
No.
did?" And he said, "No,
No.
I played. What would you say? I played my best or something like that. Or I
You played your
played
best. That's your best.
like I was floored when he said that. Like I've seen Tom Brady like throw for 400 yards
Right.
and score 40 points and still
Right.
criticize himself for missing throws or not or not pushing the tempo, uh, even when they were up.
Right. Nah, I'm like, if that's his best, imagine him starting with Denver. You would see like a 10-9 score in every game because the defense would have to bail him out.
And do you know like how like can you imagine how exhaustive trying to keep uh the score in the tens for the defense, and you just hoping that the offense can give you a touchdown.
Man, I wouldn't even use him in Madden. That's how exhausting it would be. You know what I mean?
Man,
Like,
yeah, because
nah,
man,
he's bad.
because like trading field goals, all that you're doing is just making the the margin of victory bigger and bigger.
Exactly. Yep.
Because at some point, man, at some point at the end of the game, like you won't have to score a touchdown because 3 points is not going to be able to overcome
Right.
that deficit.
Yeah. It's
But
that's
I do think I do think Aaron Rodgers is going to be very motivated
yeah.
because like you know how Aaron Rodgers is, like he doesn't take any slights lying down. He's
Right.
very like he'll take any perceived criticism as disrespect, and he's going to be out for blood. So I know he will be motivated. That's a
Oh
good
yeah,
thing.
for sure. For sure. Definitely. I definitely want to see how that turns out, and can't wait for the NBA season. It's gonna be great. Great times for a sports fan right now.
You know,
Oh yeah.
and you know, like just as you got two great baseball teams in the playoffs,
Yeah.
and I know both the Jets and well, I'm sure you don't give a fuck about the Jets,
No, I mean
but
I watched the Jets. I actually have a Jet set that I wore and on last week on IG Live, and like all the Giants fans were pissed off that I wore it. I'm like, yo, it's just a hat. It doesn't mean I'm going over to the Jets nation. I'm just, they playing better than the Giants right now.
yeah,
You know.
well, but I think like it's interesting like how you can have like two, you can have one sport that's doing very good,
Yeah.
and then you can have another sport where you just wish. Like I'll give you an example.
Uh,
It wasn't that long ago, as a Lions fan,
right.
we would at this point we would be out of playoff contention, and
Yeah.
I would be excited for playoff season.
Hmm.
And then once playoff season was underway, I would get to January, February, and just start thinking about baseball.
Right.
It was always cyclical,
Yeah.
but now like in 2024, it's refreshing that the Lions and the Tigers are winning organizations again.
Yeah. Definitely.
I never I never this is like the thing in my wildest dreams. Like I've been a Lions fan since the Wayne Fonts era
I remember him.
with Lomas Brown, Barry
Yeah.
Sanders, Johnny
Hmm.
Moore, and Herman Moore.
Yep.
Then the
I
Bobby
remember.
Ross years. Then Steve Mariucci,
Hmm.
the Joey Harrington years, like
Yeah.
the Matt Millen years. Like
Man.
when you've been a fan of a team where the franchise has been inept, it makes you appreciate this run that the Lions are are having.
Yep. Fresh facts. Definitely. Definitely. But I gotta end this live stream. We've been on for 4 hours. Shout out to everybody that watched the live stream. Y'all the real ones, and this was fun. Definitely gonna come back. I might come back Monday because I got some stuff lined up. So stay tuned, like, subscribe, share. All the sports fans, if you have any teams, what's your predictions for your teams this year in NFL and NBA? Let me know down below. We out of here. Peace. Oh man.